Hello! Jump scare. Wow! I did get a haircut, yes. It was getting a bit. It had been like 4 months since I last had a haircut. Limbus company. I'm sorry, Xenesis, your pipes have been decapitated. The little goblin I had down below clanging the pipes, I fucking killed him. Destroyed him. Your fly is open, I could see when you stood up. Yes, my trousers that totally have a fly on them. Nice try. They're sweatpants. They don't have a zipper or buttons. What the hell, man? I apologize, Xenesis, but they were just kind of stupid. I guess that was the point, that they were stupid, but surprise, they would sometimes get used at unopportune times and just kind of be disruptive. The ropes are not tied, no, because I don't really have to have them tied. I don't need to tie the thingies. Because why would you? A good pair of sweatpants don't need to be like tied, they just stay on. Funny note, I found on my phone that fuck-ass Kira announcer I got twice in first 10 roll. Real. I did one cheeky 10. I did already do one cheeky 10 on the banner. It was literally minimum roll. 1 2-star. And I was like, okay, fine. I get the message. Okay, I got the message loud and clear. The message was do more. Bro didn't even wait for stream. What do you mean? Shaking my head. True. We should just hop into game right away. Let's not dilly-dally too much. Because I'm gonna skill issue something anyway, then we take 6 hours. And you bring blue bag equivalent to Limbus. I mean, I guess that's kind of like, that's red ball is blue bag equivalent. My second cheeky 10. I love my second cheeky 10. I did see you fucking get Zhuang in just with the dossier pull. You luck sack. Fucking luck sack. Shaking my head. We'll see if I even do my pulls tomorrow, or if rather we see if I start with pulls tomorrow, or if I like do them midway through or at the end or something. We'll see. Because tomorrow is, I'm expecting, because there's like 3 chapters of Enfield story tomorrow, so I'm assuming it's going to be somewhat long-ish, especially with, you know, streamer time debuff. So I'll probably try and start pretty early and then also like go pretty long. Who is evil Labubu? Labubu could never be evil, except the real Labubu. Limbus Labubu cannot be evil. Real Labubus, the real life ones, are inherently evil. Because they're literally nothing but capitalist slop. Was tripping on my hungover theory about coal, oil, and blue smoke and all these thematic parallels in the real world. Think I was really cooking. Oh, you were hungover during those? That somewhat explains something. I feel like it explains something if you're very hungover during that. It took about 5 hours. So yeah, I did say Tsuno was 5.5 hours or something like that. Let me adjust my game to actually be full screen. There we go. Do I have my sounds on? I do. I just don't have them on from here. That's why you can't hear anything. And I can't also hear anything. I have it muted from here. There we go. You might have been cooking. Possibly, maybe. The oil part is kind of cooking. Alright, it's not capturing Limbus. Limbuser? Limbuser.
아시아에겐 휴식이 필요해요.
It's also. I did also. I paid a little bit of attention. Apparently, most of it is way win rateable, which I mean is still most of the content. Completely pedal to the metal with win rate. You might take a bit less. Oh, okay. Okay, right. So if you're trying to win rate the boss fully, then it takes longer. Okay. That would check out. I'm a little fresh today. I got a fresh cut. It was just getting to it. It was indeed. It was my. I go to the haircut. I go get a haircut. Not based on like. It just so happens to be about every 4 months. But I only get a haircut when I'm like, it's getting difficult to like handle. Like it's being annoying. And I'm like, fuck. Fine, I'll get a haircut. Limbus. And yeah, Intervallos are still unvoiced on first run, yeah. Okay, I like it. Yeah, okay, we have YouTube chatter. New Rodion is on all fours. Speaking ahead. And also, Rodion S32 has her doggy style pose, which is a choice. And yeah, indeed, intervals are unvoiced, so I guess I read them out loud again. Though I do sometimes have the... Maybe I should just make a poll at some point, like a community poll of, do you want me to read everything out loud? Or just the lines that I normally read out loud, which is like Dante and narration, I guess. I'm forced into audio only mode while working. I still need to kick her leg up. I mean, kicking your leg up is not an odd thing to do. That's just you're kicking, okay? Invoiced. You're dude, purple. That is so sad. The fact that unvoiced got auto corrected to invoiced is so sad because that means, you know, when invoiced is a work related word. That's business word. So if it's getting auto-corrected, damn. That's so sad. Everything on voice parts. That's how. I mean, yeah, that's how I've always done it. Like if it's not voiced, then I read it out loud. Unless it's for some reason that I like just really can't read it out loud, but that's very rarely the case. If I can't read it out loud, that means I'm probably sick anyway. My phone is in business mode while I work. Yep, that's how it is. It knows you're at work. Anyway, let's just do a little, you know. Surely. Fuck. Fucking. Ryoshu dupe. Fucking scammage. Oh yeah, don't make the. I actually need the stamina. I need the stamina.
빛이 사그라들고 조도가 낮아지면 기존과 다른 새로운 아이디어가 떠오르죠.
Ring Salt is pretty shit. He's not even like Sinclair or Ring Sung level. Okay, but that's so funny you saying Ring Sung level when he's like the original fucking broke the meta. So.
그랬군요. 작품을 수선할 것이 아니라 빛을 수선해야 해결되는 과정이었군요.
I got our first 10, immediately wasted another 10, not realizing we're Soy's event store. Yep. Oh yeah, let me actually check. Do we even have the bonus units? Do I are ring units bonus units, or do I literally have no bonus units? Okay, I have some bonus units. Okay, we can run bonus units. I could shard the Honglu. Which I think I was planning on doing anyway. The inventory is not up here anymore. 253. I think we just shard the Honglu. I was supposed to do this anyway, so we might as well do it now. Whoa! Whoa! That was almost an insane fucking typo. Not 1,000, please. Just 100. Perfect. I think that's even enough for uptie. Take me to dispense. Take me to funny finger man.
함께 파헤쳐볼까요?
Oh yeah, I can borrow Rodion. Too, I can also borrow Rodion. Yeah. True. I forget that borrowing is a thing, man. I haven't actually done it in a while, so I truly forget it is a thing. Probably the last time I borrowed was the previous Intervallo for bonus coin. So, and I guess we're kind of just using like a bleed team essentially. Obviously, Mersol will go into there once we have Mersol. Let's check that everyone. Okay, I'm editing some obviously. I'll probably put tricolor schlim. I love my tricolor schlim. Sure, hex nail instead of lasso. That probably makes sense. Yippers. I mean, or her. Either one, really, I guess. Oh, well, she's 60, so I'll go her. Man, I kind of want to try Colossum, even though Contempt is, you know, I don't know, thematic. He'll be the other guy once we have him. Oh, yeah, we need to level him up. For bleeders, yeah, I guess Kurokumo. Kurokumo as well here. Yippers. Oh yeah, I got in Dickens' trial at some point. Yippers. I guess technically, sort of, him. He's a backup, whatever. He'll exist. Give him Harmony. Oh, other bleeder. No. We put the other rings on. Oh, except... Yeah, I think we'll need all 4 of them, don't we? If we take all 4... Well, once we have Mersol, we don't need to. I will have another ring unit. Well, then either him or him. I think it's probably just honestly better to just have him. Not gonna lie. Even if we have some of the other fiends. Well, okay, we only have 2 other fiends and only 1 other fiend after we get the Mersol. Do we level her up? Do we have to actually have her on field for the ring passives? Or can she just be in team? Nope. Which one? I said both of the thingies. Bring allies on the field. On the field. Yes. But this is on the field. This was the one that I was thinking of specifically. I guess there's other ones as well. Because this was the one that I wasn't thinking of the bonus score. No, I was thinking of the ring passives in the kits. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Yeah, I meant the ring passives in the kits, not the bonus score. Well, I mean, we level him up to 60. Why don't we? Do I have a training ticket, or did I use it already? I used it on someone. Okay, fair enough. I might have spammed some stamina to get extra XP. Actually, I have a lot. I think I used like 80 stamina boxes to just skip through a bunch of XP lux. We won't read this right now. And yeah, once we have Mur, then we don't need Otis in there either. It's true. If we have time, we'll read this like afterwards. Which I say that every time, we never do. We never do. Because I always forget. Or there's no time. I just use shards. 2 corpus count on worth with your weaker ID. I mean, yeah, that as well. Every time he lies, many such cases. Sometimes I do be doing that. Okay, she's not even up type 4. I mean, neither is he, but these 2 are gonna be like these 2 are the final scuffle. If like everything goes to shit, these 2 are the final scuffle. We're mainly doing the ring boys, and I guess we'll have the 2 blood fiends in as well. We'll have all the ringers and the 2 blood fiends probably as like the main set. Uptype 4 would be cheap, yeah. I could also level her, yes. Well, I could very easily just put her to like. How much is Uptype? Okay, it's 30. 130. Manager is just a side chick for ring teams now. And also, I don't think they get a little bit more coin power. A little more coin. A little more clash. Better chance to reuse, I guess, or it's more reuses. Not that it matters. I'll level her up because she's not gonna be. Let's be real. She's probably not gonna get to actually go on field at any point. Let's be real. Oh yeah, I wanted to just get rid of the notification. Where is it? Here. App. App. Manager really cucked, but she needs like 100 bleed damage to get her hand skills and all them eat almost all of that. She'll exist in there. She'll do something. She also, you know, she still just works decently. Wow, twining threads. No way. And yeah, we should have all of these, and then we borrow a Rodion and we'll have 120. And then obviously once we have Mersault, we don't even necessarily need to borrow the Rodion either. Also, yeah, it is quite the... Blim 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 plom plom plim plom plom plim plom 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 plim plom 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 plim plom 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 plim 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 plom. I like the plim plim plom. 1000 for Mersault, and then all the other stuff. Also, a nice little sound when you... A little shuffle sound when you go over everything. Anyway, let's just get right into it. Not even half an hour of delay this time. I heard it was quite good. Hello, Honglus. A funeral was held for Martin and the LC researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. Unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seemed to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault. This music as well is also nice. Bling bling bong. Some of them were asking Mersault, probably the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Where do I put my hands? Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instructions to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I feel like they have to be somewhat uncommon in the city, you know? With all the dying, the dying is so casual constantly that... The manual for the funeral, yes, ish, of course. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Ugh, sorry, Ishi, the wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. It's a long manual. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when you set foot in that grim manor in D-Corp? Ah, the speakers of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Woofy Association's notarization otherwise. Said this time and time again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? The situation was indeed as thou sayest, and there was no helping it. Forsooth, yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. It was very dear to Heathcliff. Who? I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Oh yeah, I wonder if we get some Mersault teasing here. Considering he's next. Or do we have one more Intervallo? Do we have a second one still? It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. It's good enough in it. It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bough had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Teasing is that he knows about funerals. Should I? But I don't remember. Yeah, because I probably would, wouldn't we? Any should mention second Intervallo? Okay, I mean, right, because we just didn't have the roadmap. We had half the year's roadmap, so I think it just wasn't in the roadmap, I guess. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not forced. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Forced it, sir. Even forced? Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with a glow of the bow. Unexpected little Catherine section. Point is, how should I put this? Circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us as much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, you really know, it shouldn't be, no. No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. Traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. One at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. Which is usually not part of the funeral, the reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city, like I said. Oh, second it is in the roadmap. Okay, never mind. So yeah, we have a second Intervallo still, where we can get more Mersal crumbs before his turn. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time off just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. You still do like, scatter the ashes into the air. Then what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died. After one night's sleep, bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prestigious, all that rot. Better let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, that wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. And they had to live at least for a little bit. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Odious foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed. Another mendacity. He's pulling out the vocabulary? All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself, right? He seems to care about his boys. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. Did she set them on fire? So I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh, we're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor, our guy. Have a nice reading voice. At this point, I have experience. I genuinely wonder, actually, like, how many hours I have of essentially just, like, audio booking, thanks to Arknights. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there's no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Though maybe I won't even be able to deploy him, I guess we'll see. You won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Oh, yeah. Me? Yes, you. The LC wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Professional literate. Only sometimes. Look, I might be reading, that doesn't mean I'm literate. Two separate things. Huh? What investigation? What are you... Just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. A rudimentary, human experimentation. Classic. Every day. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. Swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues for research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. We want to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. The least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. But wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own. Just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. My infill looks a little weird, I know, right? All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with him? How it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Oh no, she's no longer a workaholic. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. Oh, very American of them. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried, really, him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Just something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also, to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Fishy. Fucking fish, Joel. Fish mail. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company now were ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Sniffer? Okay, good, we do have fish Malamute. Faust was still here, too, staring blankly into the air. She got called dumb. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some spare time, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. It's something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKO, says CH. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? What? What? The worst interpreter, however, only speaks in acronyms? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. He's accessing Gesellschaft, alright, getting bullied in Mindscape, right? Poor Faust. So what a sentence. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair freshened in the likeness of a ball. Tomorrow, Annie. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's Enfield Day. You there, why don't you join us too? Eh? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the wrong voice. You seek to emulate the virtuous chivalry. Does it entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You're to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded my exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? It's that easy. Delegate an interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me to but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. They're asking what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling, in the present circumstance, is a welcome one. It is simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit false cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation. Sinner 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA? You've assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She's regained consciousness. Her! The now, punished, small, depressed cat Kira. 952. Survivor. Sad cat Kira. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. I don't know, that looks like a recovery ward, kinda. It has a bed in it and stuff. Every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process, while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with a sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Scar! It's all the way through. And yeah, indeed. That's the reason she looks so different, is she doesn't have the coat zipped up all the way and the hood on. She looks so different. You freaking coat. Okay, good thing that they actually do just straight up have she was cut in half, just straight up, guts spilling out. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There's work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. I did see a couple lines from Kira, and I know we're gonna get some insane Gen Z, Gen Alpha speech. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for someone to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is a result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast of the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. Dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipated some form of a corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. And I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Great brother? I don't think so. Okay? That motherfucker was disavowed, okay? Excommunicated. That got zero self-respect, huh? That's called money, Kira. You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. Okay, fair. He was a great brother in skill, even if spiritually beyond the Cronin. Fair. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so frickin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That was a rather foolish thing to say. I'll defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. Gee, I wonder why he's not quite himself after he just had a funeral for his boy. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. Elsie had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. I heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family. Coming from him. Middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? And fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. The estranged uncle. The black sheep. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the same treatment for the bowl cut, too. Same tastes? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for the fic? I quickly clamped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? Point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. See, Cure, I'll sink right this instant. I actually can't remember what sink even means anymore. I just know the implication. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly or snap your neck completely right this instant. Okay, thank you, Ryoshu. Except that does not translate to snap your neck, but you know, fair enough. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. It's so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That's so crappy, she doesn't swear. This is so crappy. Wah, frick. That actually worked? Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. Ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Oh yeah, true, she's fixer-pilled. Anyway, Yoshida, what's up with you talking weird-ass abbreviations? That's not for you to ask? Like, sink? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Don't chew on it. Or snap your neck completely. Okay. Okay. Is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, clock, they even confiscated her book. You think the middle's sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no better, hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's because Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. Code has been slightly adjusted. I actually wonder if she's going to fight with us in some of the fights. I guess she could. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. Back door is up and waiting for us. Imagine she sees, you know, fishmail ID. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Fishmail? Fishy? Le fish? No way, actual first fight. 9353. Wayfarer. Boop. Just clear it, then we'll put funny order. I guess you put these two first, then ring some. Oh yeah, Gregor indeed. Gregor gone. Gregor Gonge. Now we'll put Ryoshu in since she's actually, you know, around. Okay, well I can fit her in with. Sure, like this. Sure, why not? That makes sense. Actually smell dish. They covered up all the art! Alright, audio and support. Okay, give me... Anyway, can I exit? No, I can't. I have to skip first and then I can exit. I forgot. I don't know what happened. We'll see later. I wasn't paying attention, huh? You're gonna have to remind me about the audio and support like every time. Where the fuck do I go to support again? Where was that? Where was that a thing? How did I get supports again? How did this work? What did I have to click on? Oh, there's a new button. I think I haven't borrowed. I think I haven't borrowed a support since they updated the UI. I didn't fucking know there's a support button. Because it used to just be a tab up here, right? Lamal. That's funny.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
That's a little funny. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. You did, yeah, you did it back when it was side time ID, but yeah. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed, but Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Spaceman. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. Seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Oh. Why the Wayfarer, like... Funny warp guy? Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with the Limbus company responsible for providing portal technology, as on prior occasions been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have also taken to call you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember that company vying to take W Corp's place, right? Same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere, only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. Funnily enough, we can use all sinners in fight, though. Hey there, Peak. I understand, field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. Support you provide is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. He's a nerd! Also really tall. Maybe it's a suit. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Foss could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spill out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? Manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Though, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Force didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. I mean, who else is gonna do it? With the group we have here? She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the monolith sales project. Credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumors spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Where these back doors connect. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk and his room. Robo-Unk. Robo-Unk. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. I see, what kind of material? Human guts and all that? She came back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area. Back streets. Any more details? You stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Damn, he's a violent one, never mind. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but just didn't look normal. Did it just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... Kira, you've been hitting a lot of people. As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, with all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. So it's very matter of fact. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Alan, that sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies, I'll keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far more satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. Oh wait, unsatisfied? Kira looked far from satisfied. Almost misread. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? It's freaking annoying. Freaking. She really doesn't swear, huh? Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. Other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But IHNI, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. Have no idea, I guess. Seems that that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. I wonder why they're worried about that. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Ryoshu mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Are you joining as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. Our procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. They got to the funny room. What the? Some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, throwing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. I felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. For a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! Never mind, she swore. The scale is just insane! That's the Whale from Aid Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing in real life sure hits different. An Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with a harpoon of his, huh? Solo one-shots. Just glorping to me. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're not following Limbus Company, then this is like, we're deep in. Callisto's furry goon cave. Damn. No, I think the people who seem to own this place, if the trailer was anything to go by, people who own this place fucking just shit on Callisto. It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Does have this, even the same eye and everything. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? Foreshadowing? No, they're not, duh. The Robonk did say that the ring has these zoos when they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything is dead. Still looks crazy sick, though. Wide really hits. The moving ones? Oliver? No, what's his name? Was it Oliver? Ruiner guy? Clown guy? Not Oliver. That's a different guy. Olivier is one guy. That's a whole different guy. I forgot the guy's name. It starts with an O. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. Oswald! Yes, Oswald. Distortion clown. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? Oh. Oh, this thing right here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism. Probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier at an auction house. Update. Tepes Dracula? Alan? We'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Guy! Horn guy already! Oh, Dracula's last name is Tepes. Okay. I feel like I've probably heard that at some point. Would never remember though. Hello, sir, and music and everything. We're just like in their gallery, like caught. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. Their presence is kind of like Papa's. Hey, no way, that's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. Raid the boss. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door, and the house is full. It wasn't just a baseless rumor. Stray little spiderling falling from her parents' webs. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. Makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Turned into deer thing. As a woman? I mean, okay, but you can't... It's not like you can make out any kind of, you know... Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey. The predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell? You're the maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, Emile Benoit. They say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I remember you because of the tactility of hides and guts, made for a passable AW. At first glance, artwork, I guess. It looked like ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members at incense glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps it does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Is Plan A? Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what he was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. The trailer. No, the trailer. She can't open it. Well, I wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. They're practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that would allow us to return unharmed. Boss is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses and ryoshu is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Sure about this, ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, clock. Think of what that woman has Leiheng and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right? That's probably our best shot. What ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Fighting the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. Do you want a taste? Oh no. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The locked house of spiders used to bind Arayashiki no longer exists, so why can't I draw the blade? Oh, that's unexpected. The rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What do you want about? Ask any student, they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales, why it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. Something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. Nice sound. A boo-boo guard. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. Flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone, but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. This is all true? Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-cold ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Oh no, it's just a whale in the background. Which brings me to ask, what better to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. It's the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. Oh, the big snake! And Ryoshu trying to pull her sword. And the one who intercepted the blow... Ooh! Ah, shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her steel-sealed blades. The typo, by the way, on serpentine. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not, she couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. Oh, she put the jacket up! The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fuck if I know, I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, the deaf are gonna ditch me here, why did I even... Must be the instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. The behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Banal's arm from the deathlock as well. Marshall lashed it again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? It's a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed for the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of Master's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Whoopsie. Equipped a taxidermied giant snake as a fucking gauntlet. He's Godric the Grafted? Bear witness? Alright, I just had a comment. But the other games were connected too, right? So what do you call the franchise then? Limbus? It's the Project Moon franchise. It's just like the Project Moon universe. First game, Lobotomy Corporation, then Library of Ruina, and now Limbus. And then there's some of their, you know, like side media bits. Serpent's defining strength, I say it's her ability to travel to different dimensions. Oh, Purple Woman. Yeah, or PM verse, yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's Project Moon stuff, just in general, because all of the Project Moon stuff is in one, like, entity. And yes, I did also, yeah, a bear witness. Tomorrow, Sammy. Tomorrow we'll do, like, a long stream for End Film, but I wanted to do this today, since it just came out yesterday. Alan. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. Hollow chuckles slipped out of her lips. Call it for real, this is actually how I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having the sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to realize the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Such a dumbass, what was I thinking diving in like that? Dude, don't just stand there, get over here now. Huh, but these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You TTM wanna get cleaved in half again? Pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the Meister's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete, all backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Bowl cut, think you can still use your arms? Fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume are all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever... Hey, hang on, I just need to finish this pipe. Everyone to me. Okay, that's why we have all the sinners, right, okay. I'd etc. That's why we have all our broken Malkuth. Actually, I don't think I've used her in a fight, like, at all yet. Fuck. The muffled voice. Impulsive, father student of the ring. Does not have mold color rouge, clash power, target has... Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, bleed, sinking... It's funny, this does not have it, then you get, like, extra clash power. Oh, damage from this skill does not stagger the target, huh? Oh, I guess so the bleed, because bleed. Anything funny on them, or they're just kind of guys? That knows have bleed, inflicts 3 bleed count. Oh, text. First step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and verity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. This NLI all NI in this game 1 offense level up, okay. Killed inflict 3 mold color rouge on 2 random enemies. Are they all the same kind? Oh, there is, okay, there is... Oh, there's feral and impulsive. And then Feudal will fall with Student of the Ring. Yeah? Oh, that's just different. Yeah, okay. There's Impulsive and Feudal. I'm assuming they're pretty much the same though. They're guys. They get what win rated. I wanted to check if there's any anything funny in there, but it is just a furry fandom. I need to read Dante. Don't forget to do that like half a year by now. I think there was a good while where they didn't add any new notes. Was it? I think now there is some again, but. Ping 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 pong. Oh yeah, Kira is here. Yeah. Kira is here. Right there. Okay, right. They added a lot. I haven't read the notes for a while either. What the heck? He's already fucking auraing. They're both auraing already. Hi Kira, I didn't look at you. Like how this is like crossed out. Yeah, similar to obviously was it was, you know, not as strong as she was, you know, when we actually fought her, of course. Kira unironically cracked. She should be. Yeah, these are just goons. They're just like whatever. Replashed, fresh, smash, smash, smash. Bonk, dink, 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 kabow. I want to pay attention to when Kira is doing stuff. Also, I guess Honglu, I guess, as well. They haven't actually used these new ring units at all yet. Duh, I just got them. Well, I had Forced already, but I didn't actually use her anywhere yet. Nice, 280. Impaled them. Oh, I didn't even look at the tags. I have to look at the tags. She's undressing! Ah! Nude! Nude forced! Oh, yeah. Middle crossed out, House of Spiders crossed out, fingers crossed out, LCE question mark? Level 65? Obviously, so yeah, I mean, okay, it's only 5 levels above us. Female clanker being weird. Ow. 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 Anatomize them. Cringe listo. Stab. 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 Steal his fucking spleen. Also steal his spleen, except I think this is S1. No spleen stealage. Did she bro really when she or one of the sitters get hit? That's pretty funny. I need to pay attention to some of the stuff she says. She's auraing as well. Look, there's lightning. And of course, yeah, we have Kira announcer as well. First time I saw Rodion actually like do something. I guess just because it was the first S3. Boss doing fucking somersaults. Steal the spleen. Thank you. Yummy. No, you can do it. Go ahead, Kira. That she didn't get to. Boss did it. Boss so fast. Still wounded from previous warp. It's only the first door and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear I thought it was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, it wouldn't have gone cooked like that in the first place. Cooked. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. She truly is still a child. We would have opened them all at the end of the day, SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something, or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. She's so confused. She's like, she's interacting with ryoshu and she's like trying to question like, wait, this girl is the one that like everyone was glazing and being like, holy shit, she's the greatest to ever do it? This woman? This fucking weirdo? This is the one we're supposed to look up to? Good work, everyone. Wayfair does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. Odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Fulvists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock, and those Fulvist beasts have endured as long as a long-standing faction within the ring. Endured as a long-standing faction. The furries. They're always there. They've got that much history. They must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that we'd move on the House of Spiders so soon. Yeah, they could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Fulvist Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? Logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the White House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are complete, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Labubu guard. This sinner is a legendary based on what? Kira would do the based on what? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. It was seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Actually got mad. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. Plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. I return to the headquarters research facility, then. No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Okay. Right, because, yeah, the ryoshu doesn't know it's Labubu sword.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
Hello, funny guy.
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
Relics and the sign. Wait, how many stages even is it?
지금 제
It
작품이
doesn't. I forgot they don't
마인의
actually show you the
신금을
stage
울리지는
amounts anymore,
못하더라도
which is funny.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Cloud? Cloud suddenly? Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. Didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spiderpire. Did not exist prior to the House's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and a manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, same people who had dragged him off earlier. Oh yeah, everyone was pulled in. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. It doesn't like time! The scabbard Labubu doesn't like time! I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. ryoshu and Hohenheim head off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then? Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Oh my god, it's him! It was Vespa Krabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief. No, Ezra. Manager. Or Karon. Karon's snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. So Karon's here. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verg, kick his ass. Goofy ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out of the table unattended. Blaming the victim? What the heck, Verg? You're victim blaming? Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karon? Karon, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karon peeled back the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Candy chance. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. He's a hungry guy! Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verg. Kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. Oh yeah, this is, I did see this. Did we not indeed have her last name before? I'm aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses, and now you're raiding the LCE's supplies as well. Chill, that's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, and this is this. That and this is this. I can't remember the Korean for it, fuck. The lines on Virgilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of his endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante's inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Boss has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Samson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonya? Oh, did Sonya have a sign? Was that a thing? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rhoda gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings they may use to finish off Cromer or Sanson dragging up into his story. Those could be it. The rings? No, a different thing. Different thing, Ishmael. You haven't been reading the combat profiles. Shaking my head. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. Oh, Hisang. This is at best grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. And nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. He was fucking shocked! Yeah, and... I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Boss said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? Well, no, because he came over to here and, you know, then he went back. Why would you have them right now? Because you're not that guy yet? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch of among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oh, I remember or not, the future guy still came out of him, didn't he? There's some part of him gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mung technique quite effortlessly, too. Whoa. That glowing ring thing? Yep, glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? He's like, holy shit, I'm goaded. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Oh, they're actually explaining it? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes a real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Dunno, could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it, that black Coney leader, that Lei Heng prick, and the nurse fathers we fought, a lot of them fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius too. So what, only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors that they're all without proper sources. Rumors? Circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. That it exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. Classic upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips really spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farm with that shiny mung wrapped around the weapon. Straight up aura farm. God. This girl. Must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on the videotape at the back. Maybe you missed it. Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. Fucking Grandma Don videotape? As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. When I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. No such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. The cost is being fucking GigaChad or something. Among this widespread of clickbait YouTubers making videos about it. Imagine. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis or augmentation. Depending on how it's used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength at our current level. Is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. According to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Are they actually setting up for, someone fucking pulling out the mung from our boys? That's 8 heads on 0 SP. Holy. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. He's like, holy shit, he said it. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, I forgot he doesn't like it. That's why he doesn't like it. And now another color is calling him it. So it's like, oh fuck, it's real. They're actually calling me that. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got the yellow stripes on his clothes and he uses a harpoon, too. Can you argue with that? Isn't it a spearhead, technically? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Sung's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. But why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Let it get to you? Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you're bound by contracted sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that, would have been useful. Hey, what about me? Can I learn too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shing or Mung. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. The kid is not talking back. Vesper's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you'll be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get too comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you'll be the one who pays the price. There's nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LC researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feeling toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. Suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and ryoshu returned. More Kira bullying. Renketsuen. Something, blood, something, thread. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. Locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? She's so disappointed. Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow it felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does it mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? What the fuck was that? What the hell? I saw like a weird light or something. I'm going insane? Schizo? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. State of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. I saw someone using monk. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances. But in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Do the impossible? See the invisible? There's no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshu's memories, though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. That would be nice! And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. Dude, they want a break, man. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Foss, don't go to Ryoshu, and I've been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager? Prisoner of war. I mean, not completely inaccurate. We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. It's a close call. Otis on Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. You I could rely on you, Otis? The recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. Not keen I just keel over the moment you summon me. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. Research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I'll follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. Unless. For now, I should go see Alan again. We go back, they're all fucking dead. I don't know, for some reason I feel like Alan might not be surviving this Intervallo, you know? I'm called Renketsu and we barely didn't even see ryoshu. Saru? Like monkey? Monkey? Alright, support over here. What the heck? It's all Kodia. Oops, all Kodia. What the? Can I get the funny woman? Thank you.
눈 멀지 않게
Can I get the
조심하라.
furry? Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. Never mind, he's not dead. No way. We shifted through and isolated the door with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. Next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Gatekeeping? Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped up about some canned... whatever it was. And a wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back doors as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. And it's suddenly a bit of a change, huh? Alan is too evil to die for shock value. Did you see how that bastard punched Kira? Yeah, but it's not going to be for shock value. It's just going to be like, yeah, he died. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. What if she changed her mind about cooperating with us? Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. No telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you'd need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? All look about the same, just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me, ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. The memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... It's Sirakusano? Arcanites? No way? Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. They got parks in the city? No way. Also, I didn't actually look at YouTube chatter's name. Slayer of Furries 1115. How appropriate for today's content. We do be slaying the furries. Okay, now. Anyway. Every sod walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. Animals? Oh no. The walk past the past ryoshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. Pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Oh, it's the dog, not Araya. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, the puppy was called Saru, or the dog. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh yeah, okay, this is after the dagger got taken out. Why is she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Why not? Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Bark. Woof woof. There's his workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. You can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Oh, it is hard as well. Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Exposed. Would being a furry be more acceptable in the city? Yeah. Yeah, we got the Ruina has some furries as well. Just straight up. They're just like they're not even wearing masks. They're just like actual animal features. You know? Man's online nickname is sacred. I chose this when I was 13 and now it's too late to change. What an interesting 13-year-old, I must say, going for Slayer of Furries. Oh yeah, also Heishos, yeah. They also have animal features. And they truly are like, there are two wolves inside of me type shit. They're like, there are two rabbits inside of me. One is Faust and one is Paus. Or some shit. Hey, Clock, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Hey, the cool dog? Back in the house with spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. And again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. Guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. Because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. First ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, could such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. Don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Is that out of character? It was me. Like I said, out of character would be OOC. OC? Original character? Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. While I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. What I received was something he called the Beast Bone Blade. Canto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That Tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody. Alright, nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. Tiny heartbeat as though it was quaking with fear. Horrible sight, and I felt pity. I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that. How do you still mess with that art thing then, huh? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer clear well, yeah? Right? Those things they called artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artworks outside of Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I guess it'd be out of context as well. Wanted to keep the thing alive for her. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. I find this appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. This is something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. Uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so, I don't get it either. But bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation art was causing night terrors and nightmares for... Rattle. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors... crying from nightmares in the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. This one is supposed to have a fight on it. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right, here. Used to be a huge artwork displayed here. Don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy! What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Like you can see all the fucking hands in the background. Hug the labubu. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age. Oh, name said! Reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. I cannot voice act a child, okay? Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. I was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Hiroshu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see, this hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been empty to begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. He's just, Dante's just calling the scabbard Araya now. El Labubu voice acting. Alright, time to check out the next door. I guess we just instantly get into a fight here. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. Unfortunately, none of the place we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Okay, we're just going for a bunch of doors. There was nothing here. I think we're done. But what the? How'd they get in here? What the? Oh, never mind. There's the furries. Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Did thou not say thou sealest the door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, not the back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Robo-Unk was washed. Unk is washed and chopped. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they're a little valued both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. Imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LC personal station here, Executive Manager. Yes! Kill him! Yes! Be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right, better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Let me a hand. Radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. It's probably fine. It's probably... Fucking Robo-Unk was washed. Oh, this music. That's a lot of lust. Hey, where was this from again? What track was this?
영감이 떠올랐다.
피가 튀고.
Was this just like a battle track in Canto 9, man? Because I was like, damn. Okay, was the Callisto Albina? Okay, was the boss fight and not just a fight? Hodgepodge of a bleed team. Well, we're also just using a bunch of the bonus units, so it's just kind of like, you know. I think they'll check if my dishwasher finished, so I have my water bottle in the dishwasher right now. So I kind of want to, if it's done, then I would like to get my water bottle so I have water. And yeah, bleed is bleed. ID is ID. It's mainly just I put in the ring, guys, for bonus score. And then, you know, a couple other bleed units that happen. Because obviously most of the ring are bleed, so then... Now, let me check on my dishwasher while it's, you know, win rating itself.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 안 남았어도.
I wasn't ready yet. So instead I have more
아이씨,
dementia
짜증나게.
poke. What's hemorrhage duo? Is that the AK-ish and teeth? Did they have hemorrhage?
이거 흥미롭네요.
Slap, slap, slap. MD ecosystem is fucked right now. What does this mean? She's getting naked. She's freaky with it.
무기를 만드는 것만큼은 내가 어버이보다
Triple status teams. You need it for 415. Okatip Orgos for 9 hour grand. Well, Gregor obviously can't be fucking used right now. He's out of commission. He's fucking cooked. This guy fucking exploded. Stupid.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, alright, tremor hemorrhage. Right.
무기를 만드는 것만큼은
전부
트램.
녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지.
They're aura farming. They're farming. And of course, Kira also. Well, she's not farming right now. Oh, hey, she got them hands.
끝을 낼 시간이다. 쏟아내.
Casual 300.
저희 뼈로 틀을 잡고 이제야 친해졌네요.
엎드리도록.
Somersault. Get the spleen. Stab. 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 Big stab. Holy, what a stab!
저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
Removed. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. That all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave? Had more of the sods legging in from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? A room resembling a shopping mall, and the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh, indeed. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We're planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. Cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawed on her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd just locked in on a decision. She's locked in? Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so. I got nothing. Never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. Scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. Fungus was popping off.
약지에 감긴 세
I mean,
바퀴의
yeah.
반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지
957.
작품을
School!
비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
이거 참 설레는구려.
School! The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? This implies that this stuff wasn't nailed down. Fret not, I espy thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixture figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had a hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. Couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those LC researchers hold them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. Actually just fucking looted by the LCE. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows, with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know. Come this way if you want in. These two doors here made from paper and wood, they connect to S-Corp. That one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp back streets, where... Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each doorway for her company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work, all data seems to match, thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left open. I know this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. Ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and enter. Seems to me you'll outpace your business travel in no time. Bit hard pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but... Cause yeah, what's the catch? Since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superior over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Atlee said, while this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you've provided, you understand the Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we're also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. Must be one of his precautions, just in case. But yeah, if you can get dumped into space or something. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gone considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. One of my clock hands. Someone connects to someone in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Where's Ish when you need her? Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, is that place in it? That port ship that has Salon de Molleux, the private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, does it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hair do most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true that punishment brought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Devious smile. Nah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sag. Sweet, then can I use them? You're regulars at that Molleux place. Papa and me. Molleux. What the fuck did I say? Molleux. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They'd give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... What am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who'd seemed ready to launch into chill for a rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffled the pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why... It's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? She's learning that it's not so simple. One of their people took their tech in the future. Smoke Sinclair did has something about the door dimension people. 101 Doors Division. Well, maybe it's not that people took their tech. Maybe they just shifted, you know, what they were doing. Maybe they became the door division. Matthias gave you that unesthetic BC? The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. She's rage baiting! She's rage baiting! Just actively rage baiting Kira. Or just anyone, I guess. He was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. Or also, you know, maybe getting reminded of, you know, her being confused by Labubu's acronyms. Or just that entire, you know, acronym relationship. Oh, now my dishwasher's ready. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, executive manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, apocryphal, rather. Yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... Imagine like feeling the need to find a, you know, mutual suspect to talk about to your, like, guardian. Like, you're the one accommodating the older person. He'd tell me about all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. Once thought of him the same as you do now. Good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. One day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest. Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I never been to school. Never even thought of wanting to go to school. Taz must have been talking out his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. Huh? What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use the doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. Couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I wanted to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide, I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. Sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. No, school's a school. Academy of Art. Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock, you deserve a smack. What the? Rude. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been fine just without it. At least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide. I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But, Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. I almost read it correctly. Very well, Yoshida, I will register in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? The brainwashing school for having weird art tastes. I intend to send Yoshida to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There's an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshida's growth. Beep beep beep. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? To elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of a choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. Word missing, but... No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Well, Callisto did actually a little bit cook with that one. Calling out the prescripts. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, and the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels into the same pattern as a diagram, and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right, I don't get what the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better? Read that in a book. Sigh, I'm more excited to learn about cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring. Shallow gore stuff. Real. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Are you mad because your daddy's a lame corporatist? Oh, is he? No wonder his stuff is just as... Ow! I always thought that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Then bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. Didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. Just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? Didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched him this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit down and work on a coloring book? That'll be home before you know it. Is it bro business? Bro business. No, it's family business. He went to kill all the children. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. Never does. You heard a member of the family? That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Oh, never mind. Only killed the teacher. Not all the kids. Huh? Ah, there you are, Yoshida. Class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Also, you know, the entire wall just cut in half. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. Oh, never mind. Okay, are some of them... Never mind. I'm trying to... Did he grab an arm from someone? Does she, like... Is he missing an arm? Did they fucking rip... Did he rip a kid's arm off? As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book Execution by Beheading, they clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How'd you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Go on, not crying, ryoshu. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshihide? I wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. Did she even make any friends there, though? For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. Took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. I was worried about, I don't remember what, but doing that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. Scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was raised by the Golden Bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. For everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. You know, yeah, he wasn't bad to ryoshu ever. It's just that he's a fucking psycho otherwise, you know. Definitely slime, Araya. Fucking slime vocabulary entering into Limbus. Ah, yeah, I didn't know that Roboank was such a radical guy. He said he was an academy like you won and even got angry on your behalf? Oh, hazy memories, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. Sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Like, he was still technically trying his best, but he's just a fucking psycho. Like, he's a bona fide, 120%, down to the bone marrow, pun intended, freak. So even though he's trying to do, like, technically kind of be a good dad, he's so fucking freaky that, like, it don't work. Like, he's fully delusional, 100%. He has like a semi fucking domain expansion just within his own body of full delusion. Unlimited delusion works. Also, yeah, Matthias fucking unsealing his sword for a couple elementary toddlers. Levitate, unseal yourself. These are first graders I'm up against. Could have spared us the details less. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there. Those blokes walking out the salon. More of them. They keep appearing. Fulvis, ain't they? They found us. Not be odd to find a fielded branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Fulvis scale. However, various evidence, such as their mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't know where you are. You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Suppose a scene and bros and sisters of the middle be here any second. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the rings and wanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Looks like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give us a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. He puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer amongst them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shouting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we've concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Wait, that door leads us to zone under Syndicate or Wings protection, doesn't it? Better identify it here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. He did get it real quick. Wasn't long before the Fulvist began rushing in through the open door. Didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. He's fucking... Dante is just abusing the summoning, man. Of course, okay, right, they're playing all the tracks when we're in the area.
나선 속을 벗어날 수 없.
Dante is fucking spamming, man. Spammer. He got a new power, just spammer. Bring out the most advanced finger. They have little official institutions despite the fact that they're criminals.
짜증나게.
I mean, so a bunch of the... in a way, I guess, I think mostly just they like, you know, they like separate themselves into like various entities within the ring. And because they like have artistic sensibility. Like the ring is, you know, like posturing, right? They'll be like, yes, we are sophisticated art connoisseurs. Of course, we have institutions and various entities of excellence. Because, you know. I spam Superbia from the moment we got it. Oh yeah, that's the thing now. Or I guess, yeah, if they also want to make making a lot of the corridors, then... Yeah, I think it's just because they're like, you know... They want to be all civilized and fancy, you know? Like I said, yeah, it's posturing. Like, yeah, on the surface they have all of this civilized and like advanced sort of entities and setups, but then also they're still fucking psychos. To be fair, Ring does fist fights Pinky in the outskirts for like no fucking reason. Yeah, it's posturing. It's a facade. Which is like, I mean, lots of art is just a facade. Like if you take facade in like a literal sense of like it's a surface level, like it's on the surface, right? Rips out your spine out demurely. Fixer off is any different from the fingers? I mean, it's like a depending on Fixer Office, it's like a... Well, kinda, because Fixer Offices, you know, they're just like... They get paid to do stuff, you know? They're just, look, the Fixers engage in the capitalistic hellscape that has been created, thus they're the good guys. They're tolerated and they're accepted because they're working with the capitalist society. That's all good as long as you're, you know, doing it for money. No problem. They're just providing a service, yeah. Most fixers kill people to afford lunch. Ring kills people to survive. No, the ring kills people to make whack-ass art. It's very much, it's like the opposite of surviving. They are killing people specifically to make like superfluous bullshit. Wonder what the Pinky's entire thing is. All we know is humanity something and they stay hidden. Yeah, Pinkies are like the mysterious ones. They're like the weirdos. Thank you, Don. For the AoE. And yeah, fixers, yeah, also don't go around like claiming territory.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은
Like
세 가지
fixers
품을
essentially play within the rules of like
지금 제 작품이 만인의
the
시비를
head,
울리지는
right?
못하더라도
Like they're under some form of
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
authority and like hierarchy and the controlling individuals, while the ring work in the back streets and like under the table. So thus, they're the bad guys. I mean, it's very much how just like mafias and stuff have been as well. Nine 5 miseries. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. Really appreciate everyone going to the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole lot easier. All thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? Manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. Last entry was written not so long ago. Huh? Well, the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting. They helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. I guess the Thumb would keep records of everything that their boys were doing. Valencina's shitty scrap papers. Should be keeping up with that useless shit this whole time? Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. Oh yeah, she went back. You found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. Whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Look, he's got a fucking job to do, okay? I want drunk abuser Rodia so bad. Many people want this. They want that abusive relationship. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious and indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We'll explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. One of the ring, maybe? Going by the silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's a detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu, respectively. Greg! Our boy! The Cesara was quite the last resonance, yes. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We'll have to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. What of him bumping his head? He's just tall. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? But any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're gonna be fine again. I believe in you. Are they having, like, exposure therapy? Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I guess it's a good thing Moses is here in case something actually did happen. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. In case it's nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. What they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. Sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always really cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Oda stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Moses was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. Never was. Can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. Kill my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. Nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never knew when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. He was there. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... Oh, we flashback to Canto 7. Whoa. Phantoms of Ego, La Mancha I past. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, if they've killed hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? Oh, I wonder if Otis was... I mean, well, they're probably talking about herself possibly as well, but I'm also talking about Gregor. We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. The First War? World War I? Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see, you're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. The bus team didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Oh, right, because he got fucking nerfed. Imagine that. Same arm. My arm. Weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. Potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi Sang. Made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. After all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. I no longer know when this fear would lead me up again. I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. It really brings me back years. Memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. And then the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. It's not like leaving the bus will bring you peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. She's Odysseus, of course she got a lot of innocence. Nah, that's something I never expected to hear from you. Guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. He really is just having a therapy session. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. That was a pretty rough one. But also you're a veteran with PTSD. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Otis, and even Valencina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to a pause, that despair look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war. Screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. She's the only one. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Nah, man, they knew we'd been eavesdropping this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Ah, well, what if I had to share this with the manager, Bart, or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? TA? Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. No. Look. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. Word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. It's supposed to be obvious? You guys all see her? I think I just chat up a scary lady like that? Fair? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Indeed she did. He did, instead of doing what I wanted him to do. Always Canto 7 flashback makes me think the middle nurse father, he might suit her well. Can't face her sin in the children part. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I think that's our main guess, is Otis would be Matthias ID. Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought it was totally gonna swap sides. Right? Me too, Kira, me too. Oh yeah, not guess, I forgot, yeah. Otis is mentioned in one of the ID stories, isn't she? I forgot. It's not a guess. It's like in one of the ID upties. But also same, Kira, I thought as well. But it was all the way back in Kiramel, okay. Really? That lad? Why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys just don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Can I stab her right in the spine? Look, I think you might be training wrong, because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That's not how my master has instructed me. Textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. You're so obsessed with all that crap anyway. You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, what the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Or do you? Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshi even came home. Suppose Textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Senor Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used the most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes, I do remember. Don't even need clock's help to piece it back together. That one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where do those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Oh. Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really? Fine. You know I don't break easy. Should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. This kid serious? Got truckloads of expensive treatment on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the fit. Well, okay. Never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. She do be very racist to bug people. Except that she's not the only one. I feel like that's a common one. It's been her years in the smoke war. Yep, fighting the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. And for a moment. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. The war was her coping mechanism? She just needed a job. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the concierge or the thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. That's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke Corps participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? Common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. See, there must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that Backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. But wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We don't have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? Stroma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If we can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, it's not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp psychotherapy centers. Also just therapy in general, actually. And yeah, the Smoke War didn't have any winners for the fighters. Let's be real, that's most wars. Most wars don't really have many winners when it comes to the people on the ground. Except depending, because, you know, some of them didn't get to go and rape and pillage, you know, that's kind of them winning, you know, at least back in the day, that was all, if you won, you used to get to rape and pillage. That was your prize for winning. So... Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. With one arm, he gently opened the door. Boom. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines of our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. Oh, you. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Alright, happy 15th birthday. Right, he got his arm. You can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You're nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. I was still... Don't wake up right now! Yeah, Gregor was. 15, getting the arm, and then instantly, you know. 959, memories. Support. Oh, we have Gregor! Gregor! No way, Gregor! He's back! Gregor!
문을 열 수.
네.
드디어 내 참.
나를 점 찍었다면 격에 맞는 조언도 함께 준비하도록.
Bro, where's my furry? There. And yeah, fix as well.
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
This place. It's just a boring old office. It's kind of ready to be shook. Thinking we were back to walk into a war zone or something. I mean, surely they would have, yeah, like, rebuilt over it, you know? Do you recognize this place? Of course I do. Look at this guy. My last job before Limbus company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas, when you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. True. By the way, his BD is 229, means his 15th wasn't in the actual date too. Who cares? Why would his mom care about it being on the actual date, you know? Also, right, yeah. Dude, Gregor's just so unfortunate. Fucking leap day birthday. Fucked up. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. Only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. I just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walk up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must have about the post-war veteran special employment. Right? But I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gone that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Headmaster Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. Really is you, Gregor? Look at this guy, big smile. And also, I mean, like, this is not like a flashback or anything. It's like we actually just walked into an office randomly. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait, you folks must be the accountant the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. And a new job, I see you've got a new employee card right here. So, how you been doing? Me? Same old, well enough. Not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? Not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that there. Here. That's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an ex-sec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that? You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. Preaching to the choir, aren't I? Classic boomer, actual boomer. That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? Yo, sauna. What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? I thought he's the president's family. Actual Nepo. Yeah, man, it's that bad. What anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned there is that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. Boomer, actual boomer. They hate how the goalie days are behind him. Kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, Backstreet's kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? Oh, he came for the Backstreets. Made it up all the way here. Hey. Head to talk. I look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. He said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, this is my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Yep, that's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals? Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of. Gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Yo, he's just a good guy. No trauma, just a good guy who likes Gregor. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. With Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. Was Ezra part of the war? Or something else? It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Child soldiers, people in the future. Worked with Moses in the war? I was not aware. If we ever see Terraget, it means they'll never get a bad ending. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager, bud? Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. Want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy grays seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. Probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but... Don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. Our guy! Our boy! When he emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she'd even follow us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told that by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Okay, I was wondering how we're gonna have a fight on this one. Oh, Matt, is those asshats again? Weird, the corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, the few uninvited guests have decided to visit us for a different door. Looked past Otis just in time to see more Fulvis pouring the corridors for a different back door. Must be trying to find a way to get to the nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Classic. A lot of these fights are a little bit like, I guess we need to like just have these guys appearing every now and then just so that there's like a fight. And then Dante abuses more Malkuth. Like, other than like, almost the only fight that has been like, oh yeah, we actually have to fight these guys was almost like the first one. All the other ones are like yeah, it kind of makes sense that they're just constantly sneaking around and trying to get to like the nurse father, like Callisto's artworks and whatnot, but also like they're just kind of, it's all pure story, and then it's like a couple sentences at the end of like, oh, more of them appear, let's go. Doggy style rodeo encounter 3. Okay. My Valentina's favorite door leads to Gregor's last work before LC. Oh yeah, also true. What if the door led to an office building? Why? So funny if you lose this fight, Gregor forced to be a brooch. That'd be rude. Melodica. I mean, yeah, the war did indeed end, yes. But yeah, that building is where the trench used to be, yes. But now, indeed, it's just so right. So yeah, I don't think. Right, yeah, I think it's. I don't think Valentino was frequenting that door after the war was over that much. You know, once it was an office building, it was only during the war that obviously she was frequenting the door. I think that's fine. I guess it could also be a sort of like, oh, she does the thing, she gets a freebie. Right instantly. Tax accountants are soldatos. Whoa. She's getting naked. She's freaky. She ever went through the door. Right? She goes again. It's like, what the fuck is this office building?
친해졌네요.
Kira base offense level is 6-7. Oh.
신체 파의 예술을 보여줄
That-
시간이랍니다.
저의 뼈를
I feel like that's not
저의 살로
coincidence.
채워놓은 이제야
You know?
친해졌네요.
Like,
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사도.
apparently that is actually her like base effect. Because obviously it changes depending on like some skills and stuff, but bonk. So where can I see it again? Can't remember where I get to see it. Well, oh, here it's oh yeah, well, okay, here it's 70 right now because she has like some extra offense level from stuff.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
I guess I could. Okay, oh yeah, you can just check the base offense levels by actually looking at the kits.
혈관의 두께. 나쁘지
Do you know what the
않아요.
next interval will bring us? And also, I hope it's as interesting as this interval. Yeah, this one has been very interesting. Like it's, yeah, we kind of have combat. There's like some combat sprinkled in as like, oh yeah, I guess we're fighting these guys. But mostly it's just letting us. Ooh.
안녕히.
Mostly we're just getting to sort of actually
저희 영감을 일깨워
go through some
주시는군요.
stuff and epilogue some stuff and touch on a bunch of interesting bits. Can't escape the funny number. No, that's a problem. It's not even a funny number.
반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은
In fact,
세
then,
가지 작품을
Le Basement.
가져요. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을
with
울리지는
intent or-
못하더라도
Oh. Fucking Christ. Why you gotta be so loud, Honglu, man? Jesus.
선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Can I refresh it like this? No, it doesn't refresh. Oh, never mind. She's right there. Only level 55. Shaking my head.
교류회. 설레네요.
Next thing we'll have Bamboo Hatter Kim of Levitain ID. Trust, for sure. Sure, it's gonna be a lot of real fucking ring fist fight instead of just some filler fights. I'm assuming so. You know, like at some point, maybe we'll bump into the Maestro again or something. Instead of 33k lunacy, I don't know. I have lunacy, man. And what can I say? It just appears. Once we dealt with the Fulvis who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Do you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Were you in the bathroom, Isung, or something? Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. The day I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Haha. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? Tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employment assignments. Now, if you could share any information here about yet another corridor? I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There's this super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Oh. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Sooth, the Index Apprentice. Oh, pray tell. Wherefore is that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. Representations of the pinky and the index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Araeshki cut her into ribbons. That's one way to say, yep. But explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giving to herself like a creepy loner and probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime, correct? See, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, do you think neither trace nor shape would be left of it? Now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. The meta. Papa to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to like even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours is the trade-off. You're so totally power creeps, Papas. It's true, it really is like a game. He has to ramp up. T.O., there's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute to this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hope it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. Might. TPU, they rarely gather in big groups. He said that's pretty unlikely. And then Ryoshu. Sinclair's so happy to translate. Ow, what was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard. Araya suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. It's jealous. I want STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like he was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. She's making it worse. I gotta stop it from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Why is no one hearing it? You saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? Really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. Doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. No! We should head inside, let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement, and emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. One of the masked dunks beeper around, he'd walked through this door. So, were they? Oh, hello, Index. The Index. Signs of life. There are people living down here, up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. How with these prescripts? At least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food, and the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It's like that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among false conjectures is that captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Ugh, sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Now I see another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Griefer body blocking. Door stuck! Door stuck! Hey, man! Door stuck! No way! That's an old one. That's an OG. Move, I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. Prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Otis, what do you... What is this... What is this correction from gods to prescripts, huh? Odysseus? Wanna tell us something? Out of fucking nowhere? Gods? Ma'am? Your Greek mythology? Notice is right, we're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we wanna get an idea where this door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if there's anything to do with Ryoshu's memories... Right then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Is it though? Dante just pulling out an, is it though? Have we fought prescript bozos before? Just like these basic ass boys. Have we fought these guys before? No? What the heck? Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. And the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us to explore the answers together? A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note, that in following the prescript, the fulfilling of his directive, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies is slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Singleton? No way? Anyway, win rate?
빠르게 처리하지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh yeah, Kira get for brain rot, right. For 6-7. Damn, they kind of be clashing though. And I'm also hitting all tails, so that doesn't help. But, oh my god, oh yeah, they're real squishy. 210. Oh my god, okay, thanks. Did they all, oh yeah, they all just jump whoever has target. Paper slip mooks are the first enemy we got ID for only after escaping the enemy version. Oh yeah, yeah, because we have forced index forced button. Where is it? Where did we get to see it? Where's 6-7? Where did they list the stuff again? Wait, what does C Hay show as well? Oh, yeah, one C Hay show as well. The snakes. Snickers. Okay, here. Oh, they're all 70. But that's because they all have maybe something. Is it here? Oh yeah, here. I forgot. Jesus Christ. Character level. Okay, character level +5. Where's the 6-7? Right, so right, it's just like through math, her base offense level is 6-7. Right, because right now she has grudge. Yeah. I should have checked it at the start of the fight.
빠르게 처리하지.
Yeah, I also didn't remember the Sihei shows. I mean, they're still like kind of funny because they're just like, we got them as IDs and then we didn't even actually get to fight with them until the fucking Intervallo. I guess it's the same thing here. So. Ow. 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 They do clash though. Indexes clash quite well. Yeah, at least Index as a faction is also like, yeah, something we've already known and so on. We've been aware of them. Breaker Slam! So true.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Yeah, she just appeared.
짜증나게.
Yeah, and they did nothing even when they appeared. Yes, they truly are Who?
이번 소재는 버기보다
Oh, what the heck? They hurt. Yeah, I think sinking would help because they'll be getting SP.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비의
They'll die.
감사도.
It's fine. They get one-sided. They just don't have many guys. They don't got that many guys. I do be hitting the fucking struggling constantly though. And also my SP's fucking dog. I'm not winning any clashes, so my SP's ass.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
My SP. Thank you, fucking some SP wins.
스틸레터.
이제야
Surely they should lose SP when I kill their guys.
뚫리고.
자세가 무너졌니?
Go Gregor!
감사도.
Okay, now they've lost some SP indeed. Just win.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
Nice. Clueless. And then I wouldn't be surprised if they have some. I have pre-script. I do not care about my boys dying, which would make complete sense. Superba Fluid Sec is, yeah, you know, Superbia is. Superbia Fluid Sec is the fucking. It removes the worst part of the gameplay, which is fucking SP building. Ow. Of course, they also have sinking, so it doesn't help the SP situation. Especially when, Jesus Christ, he's fucking getting destroyed. Oh well, now they get AoE'd.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다.
700.
안녕히.
항상
자세가 무너졌니?
저희 영감은
Gregor cleanup.
있군요.
She's getting naked once the enemies are dead already? Dude, that would have been so funny if the fight just ended. She got naked for no reason. It was so close. Oh, fucking crap, guys.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는
이제야
티니아의
신선해요.
멜로디가
Does that a lot in MD? Funny. That flashback. Oh. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui star. Come on, it's not like I want it to be Dihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. What's there, up the stairs? I'm not so sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but I got another reason to check what upstairs. True. Stripping in front of corpses, which is in character and canon. Yep. No need to do a flip falls, they're already dead. Like, just flexing on them, you know. Okay, just more index goops. Oh wait, I probably have enough for fucking Merceau at this point, don't I?
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
Thank you.
선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
I don't! Damn! Never mind. One more before I can get Merceau. BMing.
라만
Real.
차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Oh, okay, fight first, huh? Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, it is actually a focused encounter even, which is funny.
감상은 어떤가요?
Oh, 2 heads at 0 SP? Unheard of for me. I actually think I have Fluid Sec even equipped on this team right now.
아이씨,
So I couldn't
짜증나게.
Superbia even if I wanted to. Yummy spleen. Furry just getting beat the fuck up. It's gonna be a scuffy one again. Oh jeez, almost fucking staggered. Yeah, it does make sense that it's focused since the index mechanic is just jumping one guy. Fucking Gregor got staggered as well, Jesus Christ.
쓰리도록.
My god. Oh my god. What the hell? That's a lot of coins. Human Force just stealing a piece of the target is so freaking hilarious. It really, they just grab their fucking spleen and leave.
합격장.
That was part of the Intervallo. I assumed that old Araya traveled back in time in the safe and it was always the Dihui star that I thought pretty dumb. Oh yeah, no, I did realize that. No, the old Dihui star also existed. And is actually the one that ryoshu, the Dihui star that ryoshu grew up with was never Araya. Ow!
피가 튀겠고.
Freaking hackers. Get evaded, stupid.
Impasto.
Ronion out of nowhere. Impasto. Impasto.
나선 속을
Ah, it is
벗어날
funny,
수는
Chor.
없다.
Impasto. Benissimo.
어중간한 예술은
Why'd she say it at the end like
고칠
that?
수밖에.
Of all times. Like now's the perfect time to bring out my Italian. Spleen. Thank you.
파우스트.
Do the
신체파의
thingy.
예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
You're actually gonna lose? Never mind. It was closed. But I mean, yeah, obviously, Char. Yes. You missed the point where he already commented this.
임파스터.
왜냐면 예술을
She got naked? She's naked?
빠르게
She's doing it?
처리하지.
The Dihui Star stuff was confusing, but also, like, of course it was. It's fucking time shenanigans, so it's like, huh? It happened, sure. Shaking my head. What do you mean? You should just know what happened in the past without being there. Can everyone do that? Just wait until Paul starts undressing. It usually happens fairly quickly, honestly.
남았어도 내가 공기력 때문에 내잖아.
예술적이네요.
Well, I didn't even get to see what she did because fucking was it Hong Lu standing in front? Didn't even get to see her put her mask on. She went full furry.
내 작품에
Full furry.
의견이라도
나선
있어?
속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
I went AFK for an hour. Can you rewind? So true. Fucking Hong Lu's stupid big hat.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다.
Bonk.
그럼 안녕히.
항상
A Rainfighter's Revenge could have been
저희
better.
영감을
Yeah, it came a bit fast. I do like it was kind of quickly. It came quickly, and then it also kind of solved quickly. Oh my goodness! Oh, there's a couple reuses again. What the heck is that thing? Oh my god! Is that you, Hong Lu? What the fuck have you brought into my game? Why would you do this? That's icky. Ew. Disgusting. I didn't realize when the skill said that it like summons or something or whatever. That it actually just... What the heck? Ew. Oh yeah, somatic Frisian gaming. Fucking the actual domain expansion. Icky.
빠르게 처리하지.
파우스트.
Go,
신체파의
파우스트.
예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
Ping pong.
저의 뼈로 틈을 잡고 활발히 나쁘지 않은
What do you mean keep that stuff?
힘이셨네요.
He's getting the stuff from the enemies.
네르프 정렬.
Oh my goodness! That's also like half the animation. But I mean, he gets the material during the fight, of course. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocked the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right, looks like just like any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning these up a chore, but people should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too. It seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Yeah, it was... The second I thought was, I almost thought it looked similar to like Dawn's room, but then I assumed, because I assumed it would be like, oh, is this like Rien's home, right, or something? But I'd assume it would be. It wouldn't make any sense. I think it's just the same layout as Dawn's room had, so I was like, oh, no, I think it should be Rien. Look, there are drawings and dolls too. That seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened here? Really? Something bad happening? Yeah, something must have happened here because that caused the family to flee. Never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. Open door, single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I think they might have been kidnapped. Oh no, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It could have been anything. Searching for something particular, ryoshu? Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. This wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rien. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. By some miracle he survived. There's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but... Something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. Sis. You recognize this drawing? Found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. Lolan.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
Oh, it said in the top Rien's home? Oh.
마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한
I didn't even look.
강자예요.
I just guessed. I thought like it was obvious enough that this is, oh, probably Rien's home.
파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
So, Rolando. Oh, she was top DPS. No way. Sangria. Oh, this is the repeatable one. Oh. These boys. Oh, and a clear stage. Okay, I see. We're there. I take it. Oh yeah, we can go grab Mersol. Let me just. Reuse him? I guess so. Might as well.
겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사옥보다 돋보일 수 있지. 예, 피드백에 따라 결점을 보완하겠습니다, 도슨트님.
Where the fuck? There he is. Blood Fiend Mercil is generally better than Ring Mercil. I wouldn't be surprised. Because, you know, Blood Fiend Mercil is Gacha unit. He's a freebie. But we might as well use him. It's thematic.
발톱 장식이 유격 없음. 먹이를 핥혀
Or
소나기에
whatever. He's the
담으려는
new unit. Now we get the bonuses,
느껴져.
even if we don't necessarily need the bonus.
이번에 만들어낸
Mainly means we
작품은
can switch out like
심사의 출품에도 좋겠군.
Otis, if we want to.
그런가? 이참에 다음 작품을 위해
Maybe later. And yeah, it's a free ID. Most of them are, well, some of them have been pretty good, but most of them are just like usable ID. Yes, I have enough XP. I can just level up to 60. I should just level up new units to 60 always, because I have the XP, generally speaking. Hum hum pung pung. Try to, probably. He died right outside hum hum pung pung. Yeah, we'll switch out Otis, I guess, for just Barber Otis.
나를 불렀나?
망설임 없이.
Yeah, and technically we can have him as like just a bonus unit. He doesn't even need to be like. If someone dies, he can come in, I guess. That works. Because we can also we'll take the Roja as well. In this case, it's not like I'm using a borrowed unit exactly to carry, so. We'll have Gregor in. Gregor good. She good. Yeah. It's actually probably maybe the most one that might make most sense to actually switch out would possibly be her. I'll do it like this. It is nice.
카니발 타임.
After leaving Rien's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while. I didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work, now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. The room didn't have any back doors for us to explore, and there were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. And also, someone at some point asked if I'd played Ruin, and yes. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. You probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around her anyway? Sure. As you had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. Pinky Nurse Father room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Even though I was certain we'd traversed quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. Some small design differences between each room that helped us tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. Someone I'll have met too. I think it was must be another one who was severed by the Arashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registers to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. Used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Sure. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Had a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to a grade school. With sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. Bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? Nothing like a school's lunchbox rivalry. So on octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Sausages? There's been a couple typos in this interval. I don't know why. Sausages. They'd be eating soldiers. Yeah, no, it's supposed to be Rien's house. Rien just never went up there because, you know, like the prescripts didn't tell him to. But that's the house that his family was in and then, you know, obviously fucking dragged out of and killed. Lessons from Yostar. Wrong lessons. Actually, there's nothing to learn from Yostar other than as like a bad example. Because it's adorbs, that's why. Oh, that's an advanced sausage. Advanced octopus sausage. Something like this? What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? First of all, not scratched out. Isn't it all SD once it gets down the gullet? Why is this so important? But mommy, there's something like a school lunchbox rivalry. Nothing like a IDU. You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say, I don't know, mom, shaking my head. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. Sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remained sliced away, right? Everyone else gets to see it. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places... Okay, it does actually just cut out. You want to check out upstairs, too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, clock it. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Mersault, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. Claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Okay, well, alright. Oh my god. Okay, well, so... The assets did not come from Rhodia, huh? The assets did not come from Rhodia only. They were there on the original. Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. You'd be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Fulvists we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. A subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of false civility. Sure at the right address, lady? She's so large. Compared to Kira. Robowonk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. There was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Fulvis got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen and that Ryoshu currently has possession of that Ayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Ma'am? Hello, ma'am. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fulvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I know she's probably tougher than me and my maxed out stats. Maxed out stats. They look heavy, man. Let me taste the chocolate. Jesus, chat, oh my god, feral. Pun intended, you know, feral. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the school of Fulvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Heng. Now, if she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng, our chances are H-O-H-O-M. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto. Why, everyone agrees that it is of no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than art. That's what the likes of the workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. I must ask for forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. They really fucking hate Callisto, don't they? Condemning Kira got brain her from a way of speaking. She do be. What I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferrity with which we've scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshida, I ask you, ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? Have been experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. She's yapping. Fauvism is a movement that is broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we find that which we call le fauve? These are subject matters that we have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movie. You'd be considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the Rings art, or not, I can't remember. Then will you... But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Though it did, I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. They're being so pretentious. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed in a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu ready to his scabbard. Pointillist, Fauvists, suprematists, blow-orators, cubists. Visited my share of the ring galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take form from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. Really? Really? Alas, if all is wanted by abbreviated way, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. A void can have much meaning. No, the void is what remains. And holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. S-A-N-G-R-A. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain. The distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates our art above that of Fauvism? Painters. With the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Eyes glowing. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. That's a lot of art, actually. It doesn't have to be unseen. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. That face makes people go nuts. I, a docent of Le Fauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. What are these art bozos yapping about? Art for the sake of it, so what she's saying they insist upon themselves. Oh, she's here. Hello, Rufo. Protection for every allied Fauve student on the ring. Critique. Ba, ba, ba. Lower the fire to double the SP healing effect. If there's an allied student in the ring, have the said unit take the attack instead 2 times per turn, excluding assist units. Alright, okay. Or critique, if an allied former student of the ring was defeated in this encounter, refill its vacancy with the same student unit. Also text, right? Text. 1 pallet vibrant. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we Lefauves are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Randomly recover them from... Turn if allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. Whoa. And also, students panic heal their SP. What a supporting teacher! Fixed panic during if this unit is in panic, reset SP to 20. 70 HP gain new pattern. All effects other than exclusive of this unit. First and start the new pattern gain La Fauvi's Masque de Loup. Masque de Loup. Have you considered win rate? Okay, it looks a little rough, not gonna lie. Looks rougher than I'd want it to. The bad fucking speed rolls. Okay, it makes sense for you. How did you roll this slow, Gregor? Like, damn. Yeah, well, you can just tank some. Really? You're struggling? Maybe you do just block this one. Oh, Kira. Oh, okay. Wait, where's Kira going? Oh, Kira's going on her. Okay. But also can't clash it because too slow. Oh my god. Kira, please. You can just tank it, Kira. That's fine. Just tank it. Trying to find, you know, clashes that actually fucking give me something, give me anything. Struggling. You're just too slow to do anything, cool. You're also just too slow to fucking do anything. We'll clash that instead then. She's stupid, but she's trying. Damn. Close.
짜증나게.
Damn! My fucking SP gaming. Give me some SP. I just need a little SP. Just a little. Okay, please. I guess you just one side enough, you know. She'll get to do some whatever.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
What the this motherfucker hit all heads and my Gregor hit all tails. What the hell, man? Oh, yeah, I forgot they have fucking sinking, which obviously is annoying. Even more SP bullshit. I truly wish I had fucking fluid sack right now and I could just, you know, pull out fucking fluid sack gaming.
빠르게 처리하지.
Come on, just give me some SP.
이제야
Oh, dead.
완성되었나?
Okay, we're winning some clashes finally. I didn't check what Kira was doing. She'll just do her own thing. Steal the spleen! Yummy! Animal spleen this time. No. Damn, really? I should have checked that. That was a bigger one. I probably had a better clash for that one. But my win rate! Ow! You're hitting your own guy! Look, it's furry! Holy Gregor. Ow. Le fauvisme. Ah, that's cool. Ooh. Oh, that's quite a bit even with a guard. Owie. What the heck? Target fixed on use. Crush power with every type of negative effect on target. Oh my goodness. Oh, damage because clash with damage from this skill does not stagger the target on hit, does not trigger singing effects on target. Oh my goodness. What the heck? She pulled out some fucking insane shit suddenly. What the heck? Oh, she has 7. Never mind, she has 1 gut stack, I guess. Okay, but from having Palette Vibrant, Clash Power +6 and deal -9% damage if target has equipped defense skills. Okay, well, does anyone have Palette Vibrant? Oh, you have Palette Vibrant. Anyone else have Vibrant? You have Vibrant. Okay, it's just Dawn and ryoshu have Vibrant. Understood. Wait, oh yeah, target fixed. Right, they're all just using counters. Right, okay. Makes sense. Everyone just use counter. I have to fucking do these one by one though. Because Winray will just do something very silly, right? Yeah. You go that one. You go that one. You're fucking hopeless. Of course you are, because 38 SP. So we're not going to be any better. What if you... Because... Fucking 3 fucking SP. No one has fucking SP, man. I also have apparently nothing but fucking S1s. As well. Okay, finally something that actually fucking clashes. Neutral, we'll take it. At this point, we take it. Hopeless!
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
Yeah, 35 damage.
신체파의
Oh, what?
예술을
I guess they
보여줄
just go.
시간이란다.
Funny. Killed one of the goons as well. Okay, it barely does any damage if you've used... Well, that was only if they have Vibrant, of course.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은
They have Le Palette. Ow. Ryoshu's taking no damage here, yeah. Sinking. Fuck, it sucks ass though.
보여드려야겠군.
You really?
왜냐하면
What, so she's getting naked? Oh, was that a critique where she resummons? Okay. Okay, I'm actually seeing some fucking S3s. No way. What are you doing? Oh, okay, you're clashing that guy. Yep. Good to know. We can use some smaller ones as well. Except you're fucking hopeless. Neutral. Neutral. Fine. You need SP. You're not... Okay, we just use some of the fucking big attacks because we need fucking SP in this bitch. We need SP.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
Sinking application made her close. Ah, yes, of course. I understand now.
한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의 멜로디가
My first hard pity was stainless on Silver Sea Banner. A hard pity? You mean just pity? There's not really a hard... technically, I guess there is a hard pity.
합격장.
Dark Knights, but it's actually insane to try and make it a hard pity.
꿰뚫려라.
Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab, stab. Pink. Fucking almost lost still.
어중간한 예술.
Finally getting some goddamn SP.
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 경외감 속에 숨어들.
Oh, AoE.
진빛형 시선에 눈이 멀지 않아.
예술적이네요.
65 pulls against 5-star. That's close to hard pity, yeah. That's close. Kira is not doing anything. I should try and... Wait, does she get it at just turn start? Yeah, it's just... Yeah. Turn start. So it's not... Even if I kill the dude right now, she won't lose the 2 protection. Okay, now we're just dominating. Actually, I might save that if she summons some more bullshit. Have that S3 ready to go on a summon.
빠르게 처리하지.
Use the goon for blocking burn count stacking. Bonk. Oh, she should be... Never mind, she still has fucking 2,300 HP.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에
Oh,
감사하다.
small guy gone. Yeah, we have barely done any damage to her yet because she has so much protection and whatnot. And now we can actually fucking try and do damage. Steal her spleen. She has multiple, probably. It's fine. I guess we have a tiny bit of sinking as well since we have the Brodia. You fucking what the? Gregor, I thought you were dominating. Ow! You slopped her. Gregor! Ow! I should maybe trigger... I should maybe use... Impasto! Oh, there it is again. I was wondering I should... Can I get a... Oh, I can, yeah. I should just get a Thorakalgia out there. Okay, who has fucking antipasta or whatever it is? Does anyone have antipasta right now? You do. Oh. Greg, you're fucking cooked.
조금 멀리서
You're fucking
눈으로만
cooked.
감상하시길.
Okay. Are you the only one with antipasto right now?
다른다.
I think you are.
관람 중에는 정수.
Sorry, Greg. You're fucking gonna explode. There's nothing I can do about it. Neutral. Ah! Sure, just ego then. I guess I can just... Yeah. How old does this clash? Okay, never mind, we just use this then.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
We do have some... Yeah, it would be nice to have... Well, oh yeah, we're putting on Thorakalgia now. Oh, stagger, never mind.
시간이 되었답니다.
We've saved Greg?
안녕히.
항상
Oh, no!
일깨워 주시는군요.
She did the thing! She's full furry! She went full furry! Well, I still want to get this out there. For the healings. Don't really need that one. Never mind, I literally can't even replace... I forgot I can't replace it anymore. I also kind of... okay, wow. Really? Hope... Greg? You good? What the fuck happened, Greg? Dude, that gives us SP actually. We'll take those. Why am I not clashing this with someone? Who's not? Alright, because I can't fucking clash because... Did you also not clash anything? She didn't fucking... Really? Oh, maybe I just evade on. Never mind, you don't have... I forgot you don't have evade, you have defense. Maybe you just take a hit. I mean, no, someone here has a Oh my god, he fucking hates Ring Sung. He hates him. I think it is Kira speed range is 3 to 4? 3 to 5. Oh yeah. Do we also indeed have more something? Or is it in the passage here? Yeah. One might ask, what even distinguishes Lefauves from factions such as Heisho's, Arcor packs, and more that incorporate beasts into their identities? Reasonable query of that is there no doubt. I say that we are distinguished by the transcendence of beastliness into artistic costumery, while the Heishos have mindlessly jammed it into their anatomies, disregarding their aesthetic qualities. Ah, yes. Oh yeah, assist defender. True, assist defender. Assist defend king. Our guy. Well, it has to be obviously one of the ones that go to Ring Sung. Which is the rest of them. Which is just the rest of them. Oh, I didn't put her. Torak Halgia, so we get a little. I could have put this earlier, except I didn't have the SP, so it didn't matter. Oh, she has their special dive for running Heisho slop team. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's quite funny. Bam. Entire 2 damage. I didn't really want to use it technically. You know, I just had to because I'd already activated it earlier. So you can actually stagger from this. Never mind, I did 1 damage. I was worried. 5 days, we get some SP at least. Whoa, holy moly, 3 damage. Okay, right, she's just like taking no damage right now. Okay, I see. Some buff or other. Get evaded, stupid. Get evaded, stupid. Get evaded, stupid. Get fucking assist defended, stupid. Get the ego just for no reason. Sangria. Oh, we have our funny thingy. It actually said we don't even look at those results. Oh yeah, it's the Luffy's. Why did you take like no damage? Well, now you have a fragile. Okay, I don't know where it came from. Thrill of inspiration. Do we have any big moves? We don't have any extra big moves now. Really? Oh. Nah, that's favored with a bit of. Oh, you're taking that, okay. Fair enough. Surely you get it, Gregor. Bonk. Ping, 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 ping. Give me your spleen. 25! Wow. Fucking unbreakables. My beloved. My beloved. Spleen, thank you. Ow. Ow. More spleen, thank you. Dude, we've grabbed so many spleens from her. Where are they all coming from? How many spleens she got, man? Spleen maxing. Kinda. Spleen maxing from the furry. And she has a new pattern still at 70% health as well. Gregor, please. Thank God. Actually, I think you're still... Okay, well, I didn't stagger, but...
Impasto.
Impasto. Ah, hello! With a palette of colors out of this world. Unfocused volley. Pirates target that have palette for bend skill does not trigger defense skills, including cashable guard. Can clash with this skill regardless of speed. Don't use final purpose every turn. Negative effect. The main target is breaking clash purpose. Could defense skills while having palette for bend deal 9% damage. Okay, so anyone who has it, just use it anyway. Every type of negative deal plus damage every negative target. Clash lose, gain 5 damage down to 5 paralyzed. Damage with this skill doesn't stagger the target or hit does not trigger finger. Okay, so I mean it's big le clash. Also 14 speed, but that doesn't matter because it's, you know, you can clash regardless of speed. Anyone with palette? You have palette. Do you have palette?
눈으로만 감상하시길.
Technically, we can get a bunch of free hits in. You have also palette. Okay, so you two both have palette.
관람 중에는 정수.
Nah, I'm looking at the wrong one. I want the woman behind you. I want the woman behind you, sir.
자꾸 보면 다른다.
You also have... Jesus Christ, fucking everyone has palette. Oh, this is a clashable guard, though. Well, we just don't clash it, that's fine. You don't have palette.
누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지?
You have palette.
내 작품에
You don't have palette.
의견이라도 있어? 전쟁
You don't have
집중하게
palette, but
좋게.
you have fucking 21 health.
개죽음 당하기 싫다면 말이지.
You actually might be a good clasher, the funny thing. Anyway, all you guys, I guess, just do this. Because you have palette on you. Oh, you're a decent clasher, yeah. Enhanced S3, we take those. We take those. We don't get to hit with everyone, because I was like, ooh, could we like just clash with him, but maybe not. Actually, could just defend on you two as well, though. In case, well, you know, just take less damage still, so. I don't know if it, I didn't actually read if it ends turn after the
점
attack.
찍었네.
The clash goes fucking first. Well, or of course it does. I didn't have any clash. I didn't have any attacks going first, so.
산초류 경을 온.
Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab, stab. Big stab.
칠낼 시간.
Nice.
아이씨, 짜증나.
Oh yeah, it's unfocused volley. It wasn't just full AoE, it was volley. Oh, you have it looks like you have negative aura right now. Open wound at least. Damn, what the hell? Whatever, I'll just find another clash that actually is good. Except, did you roll too slow? No, you might have rolled too slow. Can you clash with anything? You can. What are you clashing with? Really? Nice. Okay, can you... Apparently you're just hopeless on everything, huh? Sure.
영감이 떠올랐어.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
Yeah, blood fiends are hard to
저희
kill.
뼈로 틀리자.
They just keep
저희
healing.
살로 채워놓은 외면의 예술.
Like, Don healed so much off of that S3. Meanwhile, Greg is
아이씨,
fucking
짜증나게.
dying. Has been dying for a while. Like, dude, Don is like at max health. She's back to like max health. She was staggered at one point, I think. Oh Christ. Goodbye.
도망친다고
Apologies, Greg.
달라질 운명.
Bap. 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 This is gonna be a lot of the damage we need already. I don't remember, it was just like half of it. I thought it was gonna do the extra enhance. It'll be fucking just yeeting us around though. Oh, this might finish if it does a lot.
내르프.
It's hers against it's her, no way!
원색적.
Mirror match! Ow, ow. I have taken just a lot of chip damage constantly. And like bleed damage and almost finished fucking ryoshu finish. Oh my god, Ryosh! That was a lot of damage. Ringsang! Ringsang!
내가 공격되면 애장품.
Ma'am, it's late. The fight's over.
보여줄게.
You only just got it, damn. Oh right, there's only one. Yeah. I forgot there's only one of the like giga skills for Honglu.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
I forgot that was the thing that's one per
마에스트로가
encounter.
되기 위해
Whoa, I
인정받은
got an
세
extra
가지
one.
작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이
Okay, that makes sense. That
만인의
indeed.
심금을
That's our main
울리지는
fight. But then
여전히
so
반지에
loud.
부끄럽지 않은 작품을
that was a lot of fucking damage on the unbreakables. Yeah, and they were fucking broken unbreakables. So there's fucking 70 damage. What the fuck? Anyway, she's fucking dead. 9513. Good memories. Indeed, Labubu right there with octopus. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. Actually, they seem to be attached though. If you're serious about founding your own movement, I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Fulvist's wing, at least you can fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The Dawson raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance. Then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. Man, she got fucking beat up actually, like, quite handily. Even apparently in canon. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the Dawson suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least the last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we made foes with yet another finger. The ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We bit an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? See, this is a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass out there. Her Gregor has a point. Outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. We don't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore as long as we're with clock. Don't start congratulating yourself for achieving the bare minimum. Yet those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside it. They actually manage it. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Yeah, it wasn't Otis second in line in our canonical power ranking or whatever? What a way to say it didn't matter. Rude. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who is 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. I would be suspicious. I would be suspicious. Didn't I just leave this room? Slide. Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Must be the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, it can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? The rescue team will arrive in time. This location adheres to the regular flow of time. Unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. Pretty long. But the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rodia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of those Elcor branches or dungeons, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to try and give this room a thorough search, then. No need. There's no exit. We cut open our own. I wonder how much there's left, because also there's the entire section still in the trailer where she's like pulling the sword out. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. The Heathcliff would be. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the sepia tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? The Minerals will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? Thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves in the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders in right into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshida and her OP sword is our best bet. OP? Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. They'll only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. Okay, man, if this is all, they fucking baited us insane with that trailer, maybe. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as Arayashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does Ryoshu's memories. Aw, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. It's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshu's memories. Don't go gently into that good night! Okay, yeah, it is indeed. Every time she uses it, she does forget Araya all over again. Is the, condition here. So if she can, keep to not using it, I guess, we have a better chance of... Or obviously solving something at a more, deeper level. And it is not, it's not lost but not forgotten. It is like the weird opposite, forgotten but not lost. 9514, the next destination. Oh boy, this is going to be our fucking great, we get to see this is one of the CGs as we load in now. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds enormous value for us, not to mention the higher ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Oh. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp. And we have a shared goal. Unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got military force to back them, right? It's unnatural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. It's just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. Oh, how fucking good. Yay! Small Core 2, yay! After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base, and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Hiroshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oh, Owen, results out yet? Not yet, assistant? I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety, the way she kept puffing her cigarette to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I've managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out of the hallways and grab any passing researchers and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, "Shut the fuck up." I knew that one. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You didn't tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. To the hydrant? I think Yoshida would ever use known acronyms straight. What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. Hey, I know that one! Wait, except... I have a feeling machine is not... It should be STL. Sinclair translation. She lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device, almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sword? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense, had it been him who I was referring to. God, Miss Sword wasn't here for that. That kid, right, I don't remember his name. Pilot? She forgot Pilot's name? Bet she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventure and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It raised several days worth of memory just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Reckon Heath forgets stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arayashiki, or, to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Oh, La Boo protect! La Boo protect. Only removing useless memories as much as to the best of her abilities. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All the remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinnoh Ryoshu's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She could use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? Won't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. Remember the time when you were complimented for your cooking. Quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation on of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things could still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten but not lost. Say, right, the same Heathcliff, yes. Well... that one we're not as sure about. Clock, you just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sword and Pilot and Recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. With all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. No way, the bus! It's been so long. Bus, sweet bus. I could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Is it? Between the two individuals, who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. Also, Kira's just hanging out with us, huh? I asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods. So what are you doing down here in the bus? Did you join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I thought I had some stuff to help you with, and they left me out after making me scribble over some docs. Floating confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see, you exploited the fact that new hires don't have any grudges against you. But I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners to be treated as exceptions to the... right. Person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. Best include this in my report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I'd appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshida. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but... listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So... SYL. Did I do that right? See you later, no way. Acronize it into L. And call me Ryoshu, and Yoshida. Prefer the echoes of that name. Just later. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal, massive enough to engulf the bus hull. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Ha, now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's now downright bizarre? Jojo? Virgilius gave me a fate-knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. Oh yeah, they did tease that, didn't they? So we are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces that I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Marceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. The crumbs! The crumbs! Now departing, vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Whoa! Oh yeah. The next Intervallo is hunting, isn't it? Yeah, it is hunting distortions. Kim, isn't it? And Kira really, okay. First of all, and they're setting up a little this little sister thing with Kira as well. Very minor thing from her soul. Minor is not unbothered. That's the thing, though. Minar is not actually unbothered. He just hides it. That's different. No, nice Intervallo! Nice Intervallo! Give me some reward exchange. What do I grab? Boxes first. Actually, no, I take the pulse first. Then boxes. Sure, stamina. Oh, damn, I couldn't get everything. Literally, little sister. Still salty Lucio didn't survive. Lucio did kind of fucking deserve to have a second chance, man. That shit is fucked up.
조도가 낮아지면
He deserved a fucking second chance.
태양빛이 사그라들고 조도가
Though at the same time he did not take it. It's true. At the same time he didn't fucking take it. So,
선홍빛 장기들은
but also he's a fucking abused child. So like,
그림자에게 깎여나갔던 형.
you know, it's like it's why people stay in an abusive relationship kind of situation. But also, though, I mean, most of pretty much all of the apprentices, except frankly this clanker woman right here, all the apprentices were kind of like, you know, man, you just got fucking you got done dirty. You got done dirty. Like you would not be in this fucked up situation if it wasn't for this. For the clanker, Albina was like cooked in the head already already, and Sora was also kind of cooked in the head, like seemingly just by birthright. So it is true that Valentina apparently did just need a fucking job. Literally just when she doesn't have a job, she's an alcoholic abuser. If she has a job, then like she's better. Not great, better. Someone tried to help Araya, could have been redeemed too.
아시아에겐
I guess that would have been
휴식이 필요해요.
Rian in some way. I mean, Araya is obviously a separate thing.
파우스트에게도 필요할 테죠.
But yeah, Sora was already cooked. Albina was already cooked, frankly. I'm not sure if those two ever had a chance. But Kira, Lucio, and Ren, 100% in a different circumstance, would have come out a lot better. Sora seems to be indoctrinated. But there's also the parts about Sora where they were like, oh man, Sora, you fit into this really well. Like, damn, you're just all good. Like you have such a like, I mean, kind of indoctrinated, yes. Because I guess her main thing was that she like has this super clear, like black and white vision on like morality and what's right and good. And then just, as long as she's indoctrinated enough, that can then be like changed as to what counts as good and bad. Yeah, faith beyond question, yeah. So like, yeah, it was fair. Sora could have been molded to be less of a psycho. Oh, you meant Ren. Okay, yeah. But yeah, Albina was fucking cooked from the start. She was cooked. Like, you look, it doesn't matter what kind of maestro you have. You don't go this you don't go this far without just being a fucking psycho from the beginning. You don't even start the fucking process, you know? Like, there's not like a slow introduction to the like kookiness. You're not getting like indoctrinated in like a Sora way and so on. Or being like abused into it like Lucio. She's just a fucking crackhead. She want a friend for Fasha? Fasha is her! She's a fucking kook, man, because she's a ring. She's a kook, man. The ring is perfect. They find all the kooks ever, man. Oh, mentioned that she did it on her own, inspired by Callisto. Yeah, but I think she was inspired, not indoctrinated. She was like, Dude, Callisto's so fucking cool. Holy shit. This absolute fucking psycho is actually so cool. I want to be like him. Let me remove all of my flesh and put it into a sword. Sort of such a sopping wet cat of a person. So started affection and love that prescript was enough emotional satisfaction for her. Yeah, true, yeah. What the actual fuck happened to her before he got taken into index? She got bullied in school. Or something, probably. I mean, she seemed like the kind of character, indeed, who would have been bullied in school. Like Kira said, she seemed like, you know, like a nerd from anime. Like glasses wearing nerd from anime, got bullied in school. Ring make for the second best nurse father somehow. Yeah, pure accident, essentially. Would have assumed she'd gone to school. Well, if she would have gone to school, right? Like she, you know, look, she didn't actually get bullied at school, but like spiritually, as like part of her existence, she was born as if she had been bullied in school. You know? She was born with it. Teamback says, Jan, probably omniscient prescripts ordered someone to save her because she'd be a cool index member later. That could be it, yeah. Of course, Jan fucking distorted instead, but... Sora got to fucking go ego mode. Jan got to distort. So... Which, I mean, part of the prescript, innit? Part of the prescript. Where's the Vade ID for audio? It is how it's so true though. There's way more like exciting IDs for this season. This season you have so many exciting IDs because there's so many like bigger, more interesting side characters and enemies and so on.
어쩌면 파우스트에게도 필요할 테죠.
Instead of, you know, random Heisho people. This time we have actual characters to get IDs off of. Yeah, she got fucking ego and shit and everything. Yeah, she was, dude, she was just that fucking prescript pill that like, she just skipped. She was hacking. It's not fully Sora's ego, she's fucking somehow piggybacking from Nick. So she's just built different, man. Just believe hard enough. I've been yearning to be understood by the people, or being corporate means she's sunned up even amongst the rings, so the only person understood was Callisto. I guess there's a little bit of that. But she also decided to be a fucking corporist. I'm not sure she was forced into being a corporist, you know? So like... Lucio Valentine IDs alone make me regret skipping Lay Salt and Soldat Sync. How did... Oh, no, yeah. Soldat Sync was a gacha unit. He wasn't an event freebie, was he? He was gacha unit. I forgot. He wasn't event freebie. Skipping Lay Salt, though, was fucking crazy. Why would you do that? That's insane. Yeah, it was double banner with Lay Salt. Let me change my game to be not full screen, which is how I usually play it for dailies and whatnot. There we go. Okie dokie, it's... oh, it's past 10. It did actually... How long? It actually only took me 4-ish hours. Because, I mean, really, there was really no difficult fight. Like, even the boss was not really terribly difficult. Could have taken a bit longer, yeah, if I just full win rated, I guess, but yeah. To say Infiltration was a great, had a really good time. What the hell? I even saw some other people being surprised about this patch. What the heck? Do I actually have to have expectations for tomorrow? Unheard of. Shocking. And we had a good time with Limbus Intervallo. It was quite nice. I liked it. First of all, there was like so few fights, really. There was like what? There was like 5 fights or something. There was like no fights. Which I like. It's good to sometimes really just have these where it's mostly just getting to talk and like explore stuff. It's really nice. I have seen one of the clips for fucking Mirror Dungeon Valencina. Enemies doing damage showcases on us. Spoilers on that, they've done like 3 nodes of Intervallo. You pretty quickly get the vibe of it that there's not that many fights. Okay, fine. I won't go into details on what happened, but yeah, I really liked it. We got to explore a bunch of things, and it was very epilogue-ish in that way, which I think was good. They did bait us with it. The trailer baited us a little, though. Not gonna lie, the trailer was a little baity. Sinclair suffering from damage from disposal. After hitting 26k under fire egg effect. Yummy. Yummy, yummy. Okay, my friend is also going for the Intervallo. I just got to the Verg kick his ass. I'm not crazy for Limbus at the moment. I think that's fair. Though I think Paco, you will like some of the stuff in here, because if I remember correctly, we did also talk about how like some of the stuff at the end of Canto 9 kind of felt like it went a bit too quickly. And I think this one addresses some of that stuff. And yeah, Matthias continues to be the worst fucking bastard. Like it's not even close, man. Bird Lady is indeed very cool. I get to see Bird Lady tomorrow. No way. Yeah. Big honkers. Real big honkers. Yep. Big honkers. Furry woman. Big honkers. I actually didn't even see that part. I just saw a couple like little lines. I saw a couple funny lines from the event was really the main thing that I saw. And then obviously whatever was in trailer. So, you know. Yeah, and Matthias suffered generational aura loss, but also, yeah, everything else. Not just the aura. Yeah, we were quite looking when she appeared on screen, and I realized that the Badonka Bahonkers they were not just on the Rodion ID, because Rodion has a bit of a Badonker. They were there naturally. I guess kind of same for Valencina, you know. I was like, damn. And she just like, and she has them out there. You got cleavage shown all the time. Funny when Valencina is more redeemable than Matthias. Real. Keep staring at my eyes. Ma'am, they keep staring at me. Oh, Tsunul posted a new video 3 hours ago. Let's talk about why it's harder for gachas to make a good story. Restricted by the genre. This is very much somewhat true. It is a thing that happens. We have discussed it on stream at points, I think, as well. And frankly, it's also just a live service thing in general as well, which can, you know, pros and cons. Gacha has the additional part of the gambling. Oh, that's a funny tweet. Feels like a skill issue. Limbus is kind of the, yeah, you know, Limbus somewhat shows it like, you can though. Like, you can though. Also, like low key. I know this is gonna be fucking like insane to say, but it's simply because they kind of share the thing of having a core cast you follow throughout the whole thing instead of having lots of characters. Honkai Impact 3rd. That shit has a lot of flaws in it, but also at the same time, it has the exact same strength of you have a core cast, and those cast, for the gacha part, they just get new forms or something. And there's very rarely a new character, like playable character, which allows them to make a much more like a core cast to follow. Yeah, exactly, because that's one of Limbus's biggest strengths is having the actual team. We have the sinners. We're always following them, and we get to follow their journey and developments over a long period of time, which is really nice, really good. It makes for some great fucking stuff. And the Honkai Impact 3rd has some of those same strengths. It's just that Honkai Impact 3rd is so much fucking messier. It is so messy in so many parts of its story that it's like not the same thing. Alter slop. Anyway, funny tweet. This was posted on the Discord, I think. Project Moon announces Canto 10 delay in favor of second Arclights collab. Honestly, I've plunged the company into debt after these 2 banners and I need to print money. This silver altar and Wang shit got me fucked up, Kim Ji-hoon. No way, it's real? It's gotta be real, right? They would never lie on the internet and make shit up for funnies. The Silver Ash altar and Wang shit got me fucked up. There's something, I don't know, something about this bit specifically is funny to me. Especially when we know that Kim Ji-hoon has put a decent amount of money into Arknights. Funny guy. That's our CEO, man. That's our CEO. And I guess I think I won't even read the messages that have been going on in Enfield chat, so I don't accidentally read anything about what we do tomorrow. He didn't get to pull on one yet. If he played CN, he could have. So anyway, yeah, okay, tomorrow, plan on getting on pretty early, because, well, actually, Baka, you're here. How long did it take you to go through the story? To have some rough idea. Will, for example, has been pretty ass in the beginning, but they had quite a lot of good 2 and 3x story patches, and now 2 ended up getting quite a bit. I hear it's sometimes good, but sometimes I also don't fucking believe it. I don't know. For some reason, I just don't trust. For some reason, Woowa specifically, I don't trust people when they say it's good. I don't know. Didn't 2 parts because I had choice in the middle. Okay, fair enough. I'm saying 4 hours-ish, 6 if you care to go around. Well, we're gonna have streamer debuff, so you know. We have streamer debuff, and if we do even a little bit of exploring or something. Okay, so I mean, frankly, it's not even so much shorter than I expected. I expected it to be, well, okay, 6 hours was about what I would expect, or was my expectation. I would have guessed 6 hours, considering it had apparently, you know, 3 different parts. It had like 3 chapters to it. Quite a long 5 to 6 hours. Okay, well, that's actually about what I was expecting. Was back and forth between peak and absolute ass. Good patches in Woowa are good for Woowa, and it's maybe once or twice per major version. Was passable story best in my opinion. They're like okay to goodish, nothing star catching in terms of writing. Yeah, which I feel like is also the thing. Presentation is really great, but the writing's still generally wife of the week stuff. Because that's the main thing, okay? So, because that's the thing. When I hear people being like, holy shit, this Woowa patch was insane, right? I cannot escape the idea in my head that it's because they were jingling keys for most of the story. Like, look at this really fucking high production, like really cool looking shit. Hype moments and aura, right? And here's a nice emotional vocal song at the end. Boom. Right? Like, that's the feeling I get. I can't shake that thought from my mind when someone says Woowa fan is really good. Or Woowa fan is good. Woowa story is good. I feel like it's jingling keys. But also, not like I know for sure. I literally can only take secondhand opinions or whatever. Soul read 2 years of Woo updates. That's my streamer. Well, I mean, because I have heard that it's jingling keys for some people, but then other people say it's good, and some people just say it's trash. It's I don't know. That's basically most of Woowa story. Okay, so never mind. I'm fucking apparently maybe I'm spot on where the presentation is a huge part, because it is an incredibly pretty game. And they have, from the bits and pieces, they have insane animations. They have like, and also the music got way better, I believe. So it makes sense that if it's just like it's like a popcorn type story with a lot of dating, which guarantees that I will never get back into it if there's so much waifu of the week stuff. But you know, I assume that everyone that vehemently says their game story is best thing ever, start to end, just don't really interact with a lot of stories. That also, I mean, yeah, look, there's a lot of gacha players where they read a story and then they pull the boss baby of like, I'm getting a lot of whatever the first gacha I liked vibes from this. Like the standard is, this is really good on a gacha level. I can agree, Wuba does highlight the waifu on Banner, but recent patches have been a lot better as in making more characters interact with each other and play a role. Also, if you're not emotionally inept, then in my other story can be quite emotional. I mean, yeah, well, also, there's also like a thing of like, sometimes, even if it's like a sort of basic story, like, and it's kind of like using techniques of like music and animation and stuff like that to like poke at you, like elicit an emotion from you. Sometimes if you just fucking let it happen to you, it's like a good time. Sometimes just letting yourself go with it. Like, oh yeah, this is just kind of popcorn, whatever. I just take it at face value. If they want me to feel a little sad right now, sure, I'll let myself a little sad or hype or whatever. Which can be very entertaining. That being said, I don't really care about the overall lore of the world. The world feels not fleshed out and pretty backdropish. Characters are being told are nice though. Yeah, that was a thing indeed. I wasn't quite sure of the world, where the world was going. But I mean, I played patch 1's story and like the character stories in patch 1, and I played for 3 weeks or whatever. So I don't know. Good old mid that hits. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Sometimes mid kind of hits. If that's what you kind of want and you're in the feeling for. But also you have to like. The problem is that when you're actually then going around touting it as like a peak thing, like actual cinema, like genuine experience of like something a little deeper, instead of just being like, it's kind of dumb fun. If that's like what it is, it's like, it's dumb fun. It's like surface level emotional, but it does it good. As long as you're coming in with like a straight face on what it is, and you like it for those reasons, and you don't like try making excuses or make it bigger than it is, then I mean, hell yeah, go for it. And before, the only gacha I've played where I can say the story is good without having to add the 4 gacha caveat. Yeah. Genuinely, yes. Because, you know, this Project Moon is very, yeah. Limbus is, even as an Arcanized Glazer, Limbus is still like the one where I'm like, this shit is just fucking incredible. I have other biases. I'm not as biased towards Limbus, but it's so damn good that it punches through biases. And yeah, Arcanized still sometimes gets very much has, you can feel like sort of some of the gotcha writing issues. So yeah, I do agree. Even though I, you know, love Arcanites fucking beyond anything else, but too many gacha streamers behave like they don't want to feel anything playing these stories, which I think if you don't want these stories to evoke something in you, why even play? Real! As an FGO player that's been playing 10 years, I'm like, kids these days. FGO is funny. OpenX felt like post-op like and they completely scrapped that for 2.x. Well, because that's what the originals, like the betas and stuff for Wuba used to be even more post-apocalyptic, right? And like dark and dreary and so on. And then they pivoted a bunch for launch already. And then they pivoted even more afterwards, where it was like, never mind, it's not post-apocalyptic. Even though there's apparently still some post-apocalyptic stuff. Main story does like zero world building for region. It feels like unless it directly interact with the main plot. That happens. I don't feel that strong about Limbus, but I think that comes from the fact that I didn't bother playing the previous 2 games, so I'm missing lots of world building. I think that's part of it, yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah, I do feel like if Limbus is your first one, then it doesn't necessarily... You're not as attached to a lot of the world and stuff that happens. And there's, like, connections and stuff that you miss, which is fair. So... And because I did still really like Ruina. Like, Ruina is another thing where actually I was fucking tilting, man. towards the end of Ruina, I was fucking losing my mind. I was crashing out. I was tilting. I was not having a good time actually playing the game. But it didn't fucking matter because what I was reading wasn't like incredible. So, you know. Beta Vu was something else because NPCs are hostile towards you because you're a stranger. But yeah. This is a legend, absolutely legendary pivot indeed. Of it used to be that in Wuba you were like actually everyone kind of was super suspicious of the player character, and then people didn't like it. Limbus does rely on the fact that you at least played Ruin or Lobotomy. Not necessarily rely, but it is very heavily like if you have it is a bit of a different experience, and you just have a lot more of stuff to grab onto. You're just so much more aware of the generalities. So Renegade instantly down the no grind. I wasn't even having I was alt F4ing, so I didn't have like no grind bullshit really that much. I was literally just fucking getting skill issued by the game. My brains were just not enough. I was just getting fucking destroyed. Me, every time I see people freak out when they hear this is this and that is that. Yes, yes! I mean, but that is part of the fun. Limbus does have very much, part of the enjoyment sometimes is just getting to fucking do the point. You're getting to do the soy jack point of, oh, look at thing, whoa. Because it's connecting stuff to everyone. I mean, you have some of the same stuff in Enfield as well. In Enfield, we're sometimes going through and we get a fucking name drop or something, and we're like, oh! It's fun. Sometimes it's fun to just point at the reference. It's funny playing LobCorp after being caught up on Limbus. You get the soy checkpoint in the other direction. Yep. I never played LobCorp. I just like went through the story, but and yeah, Limbus is like an actual sequel in that way, yes. Like Limbus is also just meant straight up as a sequel, so. And Limbus is in a way a better entry point because it is Limbus is more designed for you to be able to just jump in at any point and whatnot. And also, let's be real, it's the easiest out of the games. Even with the gacha part of it, it's the easiest out of the games. It also looks the best out of the games. Other than like subjective art direction stuff, it otherwise just looks the best out of the games. It's clearly the most modern. So Limbus is a very easy part to entry, but I think a lot of people then do go back and play some of the earlier ones. I played Enfield, but I did see a lot of Patriot statues on Twitter at some point. Yeah, there's a Patriot statue. It's in the prologue. But that was a while ago. We saw that Patriot statue actually a long while ago already. So that's actually been around for a while. Yeah, true. Dante is the fact that Dante is an amnesiac and so on, it lets, you know, people explain stuff to the player. Because they explain it to Dante. So yeah. Suffering through Ruin or LobCorp is a canon event for PM fan. Yeah. Kinda. And also, I mean, if you are a Limbus player and you have not played Ruina, LobCorp, I'm not gonna suggest. I didn't play it either. But Ruina, I fucking tilted. I lost my mind. But there's guides out there. It's some good shit, man. There's still some insane moments in there. And just so many characters that are just so entertaining to just watch do their thing. And yeah, Ruina wasn't. Ruina had like a long early like access beta type thing. Yeah, I think I only played it after it was out of beta, but even that was still a long time ago. Angela is kind of crazy. Lolan is also incredible. But yeah, and I am Shao. I gotta say, Shao my goat. Game mechanic tilt, a skill issue tilt. A skill issue mainly. I'm not a huge deck builder fan in the first. Ruin is a deck builder, really. I'm not like a deck builder guy either, so. I'm not a card game deck builder guy, so, you know, I was already, like, I knew that the gameplay wasn't really gonna be exactly the thing that I want. So. So I also didn't have any qualms with once like if I got to somewhere where I was like getting stuck. I didn't really have any qualms just like looking up something like or asking a friend who had already cleared stuff of like what the fuck do I do here, man? Like, look, just help me. Not an easy deck builder too. Yeah, yes, it's a thing. It's not an easy game. I have 100 hours in Ruin, and that's one playthrough. That's just what going through it once. You say one tree doesn't make a forest, but you're standing in the woods and the only one rooted here is me. Also, I mean, what is a star to the fucking power of the sun or whatever she says again? This night a star of the city shall fall. Her second name is Aura. Or do you assume you looked up for Yan? Actually, funnily enough, my first clear on Yan, actually, I had like no issues. I had to actually go back to get her book, get his book though, and somehow those were harder. I think I first cleared or second cleared Yan. Funnily enough. Oh, okay. Thank you. Also, I have received some flavor text that I missed on the Discord. Thank you, Roll the Orc, on Discord. Let us look. Some say that the ring's paint is made from the same base material as augmentation tattoos. They are both nigh indelible pigments that then take considerable effort to erase, let alone bleach. If the middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation, does that make the ring's tattoos more brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? Paint. I'm such a turn-based nerd that I was the one writing guides and helping people during the lore development times. He's a Giga Chat. He's based. A mere star that will fade cannot hope the best the light of the rising sun. Be prepared for today, a star the shitty shall be gone. Yes, man. What a line. She's insane. My goat, Shao. Remember running the way combat order operates and all that stuff. I don't know. Maybe I read some like guides somewhere. I think maybe I read one of yours like or something, or at least parts of it. Maybe. Anyway, okay. Good yappings. Yeah. So tomorrow I'll try and get on pretty early-ish. Maybe right around when I might hop on like when Arcanite's dailies reset or something, like around that time. And then it's we'll marathon through, we'll go through the focus on getting through the Enfield story. And then if we have time afterwards, then we'll dabble in some other stuff and whatnot. Maybe try and get a tiny bit of factory going already, or just do some general upgrades running around. Except I'll do some of it today already. When I log in later, I'll go through upgrading a bunch of the outposts and stuff. But thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. Good Intervallo. Join the Discord if you want to. I saw actually someone did join, welcome. And goodbye. See you tomorrow if you want to be here for Enfield. Goodbye. Have a good Friday and a weekend. Goodbye.